never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That is my cue. Hey, looky there. It is no longer April. We are closing out, actually, the first day of May, making our way second day of May for 2022. Wow, how was your weekend? Well, it seems like it just went by really quick, at least on my end. Typical weekend. Interesting weekend for some. Of course, we go back to Friday, and we were all looking at that incredible tornado that was apparently, on the ground, off and on for an extended period of time. Even our buddy Scott, who lives in Wichita, he's on board. He already did check in live from Tornado Alley. Yes, that was an incredible storm there. What I found amazing, though, was Scott's taking video from his front yard. You can clearly see the tornado off in the distance there, but it just seems so eerily calm right there at his home 20. Numerous other videos coming in over the weekend. AccuWeather's extreme weather chaser. What's his name? He was out there on the ground. Reed Timmer, I believe it is. Reed Timmer was on the ground. Yeah, there in Wichita. He caught some incredible video of it as well. But when all was said and done, what a trail of destruction. Power out for thousands. Just a handful of injuries, amazingly, though. Yeah, in one video shot from the ground, that you can see the tornado rotating, gathering force, lofting debris in the air in all directions. Yeah, tearing through that small suburb that's just about 15 miles east of Wichita. Timber said the tornado's strengthening. It strengthened so rapidly. It went from 10 miles an hour to like 300 miles per hour in seconds. Of course, the tornado could be seen from miles away. There was another AccuWeather meteorologist that captured the twister from her front porch about 8.5 miles away. But once they did get out and survey the damage Saturday in Wichita, to assess the damage sustained by storms, determining the strength of the tornadoes, preliminary findings suggest this was an EF3 tornado. But they wanted to do some additional assessment. Andover County Fire Chief said Saturday at the midday press conference more than 200 responders from over 30 different agencies were continuing to work together. Due to the tornado's long track, as I said, this thing was just up and down, off and on the ground for a lengthy period of time. The search and rescue mission began in Sedgwick County, then extended into Butler County, following the entire path of the storm. They do tell us, according to the Andover Police Department, roads leading into the city were shut down before the midnight hours as crews worked to move debris, assess the damage, restore power. Many were clear by Saturday morning, but Highway 54 was still closed due to downed power lines on that particular roadway. During the press conference Saturday afternoon, Russell said 1,074 buildings were in the path of a tornado. One of those that sustained significant damage was the YMCA Center there in Andover. At the YMCA Center, a photographer with the Wichita Eagle publication saw cars pushed up against one of the building's entrances. After the tornado, the police searching through the wreckage with just a flashlight to guide them. Now, the storms from the afternoon through the overnight from Kansas and Nebraska to Oklahoma and Missouri, powered by an area of low pressure that took shape in central Kansas early on Friday. Now, these storms produced hazards ranging, they had grapefruit-size hail in some cases, damaging winds, and, of course, the tornadoes. Footage showing hail covering the roadway in Norfolk, Nebraska, as motorists sat helplessly in their cars. The preliminary reports, 19 tornado reports, around 140 wind damage reports, and over 90 hail damage reports across 6 states As of Sunday morning, there were a slew of storm reports from Butler County, Kansas, including 4 preliminary tornado reports from the National Weather Service office there. It was a little after 11 o'clock in the evening, Central Time Friday, as we were just getting the weekend underway. 23,000 residents without power, according to Power Outage US. The severe weather it felt eerily close to the 31st anniversary of the devastating Great Plains tornado outbreak, as it was known. April the 26th of 1991, when this same community, Andover, Kansas, was impacted by a deadly EF5 tornado that tracked 46 miles and literally removed some homes from the foundations. 13 fatalities in that particular storm. Based on climatology, the Wichita area is not commonly the zone where the strongest storms typically set up this time of year. Typically we'll see these dry lines setting up further west in Kansas and Oklahoma during the spring. However, on Friday, that dry line had set up pretty much right there on Wichita's doorstep. So a lot of destruction there, but just amazing. People standing out there, the Walmart parking lot taking video. You could hear the sirens blaring in the background. And well, as we get the new week underway here, we are even looking at the possibility of some, rather strong storms could potentially impact some of the same areas later today. Right now, we're looking at some scattered thunderstorms back into western Oklahoma, the Oklahoma-Texas Panhandle region. Several clusters of strong storms, one of which is kind of sandwiched right in between Abilene and Wichita Falls, Texas. Another cluster of storms down around the San Angelo area, where we do have severe thunderstorm watches and even a few severe thunderstorm warnings in place in that region of the country. Now, Friday and Saturday, we saw the storm producing strong to severe storms across the center of the country, as we just highlighted Sedgwick, Kansas. This past afternoon, Sunday afternoon, our next storm that began to develop along the New Mexico-Texas border through the Oklahoma Panhandle, that's going to move eastward through the overnight hours tonight. We already saw several severe hail reports in Texas and New Mexico Sunday afternoon. Baseball-size hail reported near Lovington, New Mexico. Tennis ball-size hail spotted near Andrews, Texas, which is just northeast of Odessa. Later in the day, baseball-size hail also reported in Stockton, Texas. The cell that brought the severe hail to Stockton did indeed later produce a confirmed tornado in McCamey, Texas. According to the National Weather Service there, we've got a warm front that's going to lift northward across the state of Texas with a dry line setting up across eastern portions of New Mexico. That's going to open the door for moisture from the Gulf of Mexico to surge back along that dry line. As that moisture from the Gulf collides with that piece of energy diving out of the west, that's going to be the spark for our thunderstorm development. Even overnight tonight, they tell us damaging winds, isolated tornadoes. Forecasters say winds can gust to 100 miles per hour in the strongest of these storms. So we're talking about some of the same areas impacted. Friday and Saturday will once again be in that hot zone with the potential for severe storm development as those storms transition on to the east. So undoubtedly we'll keep an eye on things through the overnight hours, but there you see, once again, Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma are all in that zone potentially to deal with more severe weather. It's the transition of the seasons, though, right? That time of year. All right, who we got checking in out of the box here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Hello to Horse Feathers. Roy checks in there. The Make-A-Wish Convoy auction site is up and running. Yes, I got that link there, Horse Feathers, and I did share that to my Facebook page just before we got the program started here. 58 degrees, Southwest Ohio. Pappy's on board. Clear skies, a starry night. Yes, beautiful out there. I'm looking, 58 right outside the secret bunker, as a matter of fact. Zorro checks in. Morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. One more week down. How many more weeks until Biden's out of office? All I can tell you is way too many, Zorro, correct? There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning from the driveway of the Bonnie and Clyde garage. Yeah, the hideout got 53 degrees. Shout out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from Joplin, Missouri. As I mentioned, there's Scott checking in from Tornado Alley. Miss Millie on board. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. Richard, what are the details of the convoy? You know, Richard, I haven't really heard much of anything new. I'll see if I can get an update. I mean, I know they were rolling up into Washington State for a big state rally that was supposed to take place over the weekend there on Saturday. See what I can find out for you. There's Larry. Good afternoon. All hammered down and be safe. Morning to the Georgia Peach. There she is. I'm traveling again this week. I'm in St. Petersburg, Florida. Looking forward to a beautiful week. Maybe I'll get a suntan. All right, travel. You're the big traveler. Well, have fun there, Wanda. Good to have you on board. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, where it is 67 degrees at this hour. I got out of Wichita just in time Friday. I was able to get to Kansas City and get my pickup there also. Never really ran into the bad weather, which, of course, that's good. But I got to get up early, unload everything I picked up in Kansas, then take some time off to get my tomato plants in the pots. A couple of other vegetables and herbs that time of year. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. All right, around the country, which I don't even need to throw the phone number out there. Cannot seem to get the phone lines to connect this early Monday morning. Now, I'll take a break here and we'll continue to give it a shot, but see what we can come up with. Again, closing out the weekend. Welcome into a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Trust you had a good weekend. No. Do not have phone service this Monday morning. Been trying and trying. A computer did a restart earlier, and well, we used the Zoom connection for that. I think Zoom did an update. I've tried to reload and unload and reload and unload, and the phones will not connect. I see people trying to dial us up, but they are not connected. So patience. Give us a little time. We'll see if Josh is probably snoozing, obviously, at this hour. I was able to get a hold of Kyle, so he's up trying to do what he can do, but there ain't much that can be done. Josh is the tech guy, and he would have to probably do like what do you call that? Log in remotely to the computer to try to get things back up and running on the phones. But Lord, I apologize. Of course, that would make for a long night, wouldn't it? All right, let's get to some of the other what's going on in and around us. Let's head over to the racetrack, racing action. Thanks to Ryan, we got your update here this Monday morning. And as I speak, I'm just continuing to go through the process of trying to connect things here. But World of Outlaws, Sprint Car Series and Late Model Series visited Bristol Motor Speedway for the action on the dirt this weekend. Friday night's late model feature started with Kyle Larson being penalized for his second-place starting place and would have to start from the rear from what was a controversial call that Kyle was not properly staged for the start of the race. Larson would go from last to second in 27 laps and running down the leader, Jonathan Davenport, but entering turn number 1 in the final lap, Larson would slip up the banking, making contact with the wall before falling to 8th, trying to get his damaged race car to the start-finish line. In the sprint cars, Logan Schuchart would get redemption from last year's race, dominating the feature, picking up his first win of the year. Then we saw Saturday, it was Ricky Weiss would win the late model feature in the sprint cars. Spencer Baston captured his first win for the year. as he held off Kyle Larson on a last lap restart. Then it was on to the Monster Mile. NASCAR racing at the Monster Mile, Dover, Delaware. Chris Buescher would lead the field to the green and lead the first 18 laps before losing the lead to Denny Hamlin. Hamlin would go on to lead the next 55 laps until lap 68. Mother Nature would start to show her ugly face. The field would run 10 laps under yellow, where Hamlin pit for fresh tires before the race was red flagged on lap number 78 and ultimately postponed until later today. Here on Monday, the scheduled restart time for the NASCAR race will be at the noon hour today, high noon Eastern time on Fox Sports 1. When they do get the field back fired up later today, Kyle Larson is in the lead, followed by Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and William Byron, rounding out the top five there. That's the way things will fire up again come the noon hour later today. On to the industry headlines. Well, not surprisingly, yes, we set another record for diesel prices just this past day, as a matter of fact. Sunday, the new record national average is now at $5.29 per gallon. Those are the numbers just in. The all-time high, of course, as the energy markets around the world continue to deal with the ongoing disruptions, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, we're up about 4.3% from 1 week ago. And the price for a gallon of diesel is nearly double what you were paying 1 year ago. That's diesel. Now, gasoline prices are also elevated, standing at $4.18 per gallon Sunday, down just slightly from the all-time record of $4.33 per gallon, which was set back in early March. March the 11th, as a matter of fact, according to AAA. So while the average American is feeling the pain at the pump with high gas prices, obviously the trucking industry hit hard by the diesel surge. Prices are skyrocketing, and we still don't get good prices for our loads, according to one driver speaking to WNCN. If it goes any higher than this and the price of the load not going up, for some of us, we're going to be just calling it quits. Now, the high cost of diesel is being partially passed on to customers. Everything from electronics to groceries. Yeah, that's that beloved word, inflation. Everything is going up in price. Obviously, to cover the cost, the increased cost of diesel, truck drivers have to increase the rates they charge to haul the freight, which is then passed on to the consumer via higher cost at the retail level. Ryan Faulkner is president of Faulkner Trucking and the 2022 president of the California Trucking Association, wrote in an op-ed at the Sacramento Bee this past week, so you're paying higher prices for both fuel at the pump and at the grocery checkout line. We know the overall inflation number hit a 4-decade high in the month of March as the consumer price index that measures a broad basket of goods was up 8.5% over March of 2021. Now, here we have wrapped up the month of April. I would assume in short order, several days from now, we'll be getting, they're crunching the numbers probably as we speak. And we will getting the numbers for, did that incredible rise in inflation in the month of March continue marching higher in the month of April? There had been some signs that maybe the inflation was about to maybe hit the peak levels. Yeah, I get some signs pointing that direction, other signs pointing that, no, the trends are just going to continue off the rails. Now, there are some big numbers that'll be coming down the pike. Of course, the Fed is expected to announce, I believe it's either Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, as the anticipation is we're going to see an increase in interest rates. Right now, the rumors, the rumblings, how much of an increase? Will it be 0.25%? Will it be 0.5 point? Will it be 0.75 point? Some of the market analysts say, they're actually building in other words, it's going to be a significant bump up in interest, and the markets don't like that. We saw the numbers, obviously. If you paid any attention to what's going on with the markets, Friday was bad. Ugly, ugly day. The month of April going down in flames, big losses. And will that trend continue as we head into the month of May? I was looking at some of the analyst predictions. They do say historically a down month of April tends to lead to a down month of May. All right, just looking at my email here. Let me see. Tom Kelly on board. Hello, Tom. How we doing there? It's tncradio.live. Let me see here. We've got, this is going to be our final week. This is week number 5 of our 5-week $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. So coming up here next hour, we'll have our first keyword for this new week, a Monday morning. I have those keywords before me, so stick around. We'll have 2 keywords to throw your way during the program this Monday morning. Meanwhile, all right, we'll see what we can do, if we can accomplish anything with the phones, but I'm not holding my breath right now. It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com. They are headquartered at Shiloh Ranch here in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away veterans who need help, and we can't let that continue. J.P. Hoffman and his family and friends have been keeping the program alive from their very own pockets. I just learned that they need to raise $250,000 immediately to continue full operations. I told J.P. he could always count on Team Root. We can't let any veteran be turned away, ever. 100% of all donations are used for the program and only the program to help vets and horses. Government does very little for vets. It's up to us. Help fund this great organization at vetsandhorses.com. That's vetsandhorses.com.
Officials are continuing to battle a wildfire out west.
Officials in northern New Mexico urge residents in more than 24 communities to immediately evacuate Saturday ahead of a massive blaze that exploded in size in one day. The Calf Canyon fire began last week and combined with the Hermit's Peak fire, which was already burning near Las Vegas, New Mexico. By Saturday morning, Calf Canyon has scorched more than 97,000 acres.
USA's Mariah Bowen reporting. President Biden plans to gather with other dignitaries in Minneapolis, Minnesota to remember former Vice President Walter Mondale at a memorial service. Mondale died in April of 2021 at age 93, but his family delayed services for a year due to the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had an important personal relationship with Mondale. Biden has described Mondale as, quote, one of our nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. You are listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Operation Lone Star has received a financial boost.
Texas approved $495 million to fund the Texas National Guard deploying along the U.S.-Mexico border. The funds have been reallocated from other state agencies. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott saying Texas will not sit on the sidelines as President Biden continues to turn a blind eye to the crisis at our southern border. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A member of British Parliament has resigned after he admitted to watching pornography twice in the House of Commons. Neil Parish was suspended Friday from the Conservative Party over allegations. He tells the BBC that the first time it was an accident, but the second time he did that deliberately.
And the one thing I wasn't doing, and which I will take to my grave as being true, is I was not actually making sure people could see it. In fact, I was trying to do quite the opposite, and I was wrong what I was doing.
Parrish says his biggest crime was looking at it a second time while waiting to vote on the side of the chamber. School officials in Rochester, New York, are investigating allegations that a white teacher told his class of mostly black students to pick seats out of cotton and put on handcuffs during lessons on slavery in the 7th grade social studies class. The teacher has been put on leave while the school system investigates. They came to light after an appalled parent posted on Facebook that her daughter was confronted with the lesson on Tuesday. Listen to news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, what do you say? Let's take a look at some of our friends in the Northeast, up toward Horse Feathers neck of the woods. Now, after what many would call a picture-perfect weekend, sunshine, warm conditions. Yeah, it's too good to last, right? Forecasters say a change is going to be in a smorgasbord of weather conditions here for the first week of May. Let's break it down. An active pattern and a lot of fluctuation in the jet stream is expected across the east this week, which is going to allow for a new storm to push through every few days, they tell us. The first wave of wet weather spoiling the sunny skies as of late started this past afternoon. Now, we even saw the return of some rain, some showers from eastern Ohio and southwestern Pennsylvania, down through West Virginia, eastern Kentucky, and western Virginia. Some of those were even some pretty feisty thunderstorms this past evening. We actually saw severe hail in parts of the Carolinas Sunday evening. Ping-pong-size hail reported in Morven, North Carolina. Wind damage reported in North Carolina Sunday. Trees down on power lines west of Raleigh. The showers begin to expand on up through New England here for your Monday. Behind this wave of wet weather, we'll see a surge of warm air from the southeast that will allow for temperatures trending closer to normal for your Monday and Tuesday this week. For example, a high in the mid to upper 70s in places like Washington, D.C. and Baltimore here for your Monday. Temperatures are set to peak in the lower 70s in places like Pittsburgh to Philadelphia by Tuesday. That's actually still a few degrees above normal for the first week of May. Not everybody's going to be seeing those milder conditions, though. The amount of sun that makes it through the clouds this time of year greatly impacts your afternoon high temperatures in the Northeast. The stormy pattern may allow for less opportunities for sunshine that's going to keep temperatures from exceeding the norm for early May. The day that any city experiences a little more sunshine, whether it be before or after the wet weather moves through, it's likely to be a little bit warmer. One of those days for many across the east will be coming up midweek Wednesday of this week, when widespread showers are forecast to stretch all the way from the New York-Canadian border all the way down through the Carolinas. May see some thunder with some of these, but downpour is not likely to cause any more than a few localized instances of flash flooding for mainly the low-lying and poor drainage areas. Looks like more widespread cool conditions return toward the end of this week. And yes, I hate to tell you, don't put away those heavy jackets just yet. As they tell us, a more pronounced southward dive in the jet stream may target the Northeast late this week. The chilly air may return. Yes, well, widespread snow, like what we saw across the Northeast in late April. That's not expected, but some of the highest elevations could actually see a few snowflakes mixing in with some of the rain that coincides with the cool down. As is normal for this time of year, shots of cool air could continue to make appearances probably through the first half of May there for our friends in the Northeast. Not uncommon for this time of year. All right, on to our industry headlines. Let's start with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association wanting to make sure the voice of truck drivers is heard before the Environmental Protection Agency moves forward with any new emissions standards. This past Friday, the 29th, OOIDA sent a call to action email to their more than 150,000 members asking you to provide the EPA your feedback. 150,000 members asking you to nitrogen oxide emissions for trucks beginning in model year 2027. The proposal seeks feedback in 2 emissions options, both of which are problematic based on the projected timelines and cost for drivers. OOIDA said, they contend that the new technology, this does not need to be mandated. Once the equipment is proven to work properly and reduce costs, then carriers would line up to purchase the new trucks. I mean, we all support clean air, right? But the EPA should not use the consumer as a guinea pig, according to OOIDA. This technology used in heavy-duty trucks to reduce emissions, it has to be affordable, it has to be reliable. So they are encouraging their members, or anyone for that matter, to provide feedback, including information about reliability, serviceability, and warranties. The EPA's public comment period goes through May the 16th, so just a couple of weeks. We are encouraging all drivers to comment by going to fightingfortruckers.com. That is the website, the link, fightingfortruckers, all one word, .com. Now, they suggest drivers include information about some experiences you may have had with the emissions technology. Make sure the EPA knows the problems that you've encountered with those systems and the impact they have had on your business. The EPA must hear from small business truckers about the real-world impacts on this proposal. Now, it was earlier this month, OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh and OOIDA board member Danny Schnotz participated in a public hearing. Pugh told the EPA that the Cleaner Truck Initiative needs to avoid previous mistakes, ensuring that any new technologies are affordable and reliable. He said, my 2012 truck, with all the latest EPA-compliant technology, was in the shop for repairs more than the other 4 trucks I owned prior to this one combined. In a period of 250,000 miles, or 2.5 years, I had to have the entire DPF system completely replaced at a cost of $6,000 each time. Now, he said these are over-ambitious standards. The prior diesel emissions pushes have all had a high cost to society and were not successful in a cost-to-benefit measure, he said. We need the government to listen to our industry on what is technologically possible and available and stop building these unreliable vehicles that are used to carry the American goods. So that's the call to action to get a hold of your representative from our friends at the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. We'll return into this Monday morning to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now that we saw the developments over the weekend, Vladimir Putin, for some time, U.S. intelligence has said the guy's pretty darn sick. The speculation is that he is suffering from some sort of cancer. Well, apparently, I guess we can confirm that now. Vladimir Putin is set to undergo an operation for cancer, which will force him to hand over power to his hardline spy chief, according to a Kremlin insider. Putin's health has been the source of considerable speculation. Reports that not only is he battling both abdominal cancer, but Parkinson's disease as well. Now, he's 69 years old. Putin could soon vanish as he goes under the knife. Power will be transferred to Nikola Patrushev. This is another shadowy kind of character, a 70-year-old, kind of the key architect of the Ukraine war strategy and the man who convinced Putin that Kyiv was awash with Nazis. This claim reported on a Russian media outlet, which first raised issues of Putin's health about 18 months ago. They actually quote an anonymous former high-ranking Kremlin military figure as saying, Putin has discussed that he will be undergoing medical procedures. Now, in video in which the source, whose voice appears to be disguised, revealing that doctors insist he needs an operation, but they have not yet determined a date, they tell us. He will have surgery, and while he is incapacitated, he thinks it'll be for a rather short period of time, but the source with the choice of spy master Patrushev, which came after a 2-hour heart-to-heart discussion with Putin, was what they described as the worst option. He went on to speculate that Putin's health problems could continue to deteriorate. What if all of a sudden Putin manifests particularly severe health problems? We know very well that he has cancer and Parkinson's disease. As we have said many times, it's possible to contain it for some period of time, but as we know, the course of the disease is progressing, which cancers always do. Now, when will Putin exactly be going to the hospital to undergo this procedure? Speculation, it probably won't happen before May the 9th, because that is the big red parade day there in Russia, when Putin is slated to preside over the grandiose Red Victory Day commemoration, where that's their May Day. They commemorate the defeat of Adolf Hitler. So again, speculation is that he won't go under the knife prior to that, but just kind of, you can't help but wonder what transpires when Putin's out of the picture, although it be briefly, as they're speculating. But then again, you never know. Things can happen when you're under the knife as well, as we all too well know. All right, with that, what else we have in the mix here? We talked about it briefly toward the end of the week last week. We're setting up our own ministry of disinformation. Right on the heels of Musk announcing the purchase, he's going to purchase Twitter, right? And bring back a free speech platform in this country. That is the anticipation. And what was it, 24, 48 hours later that our own government says, we're going to set up what they're calling it the new Disinformation Governance Board. That's Ron DeSantis. I think he nailed it on the head over the weekend. He said, folks, this Disinformation Governance Board is akin to the Ministry of Truth. Where have you heard that? That's from George Orwell's 1984 novel, The Ministry of Truth. Now, DeSantis also criticized the newly announced head of this agency, some chick named Nina Jankowicz, a so-called disinformation expert who previously worked for the Wilson Center, and her history includes criticism of the now confirmed Hunter Biden laptop. She was all on board with all that's just Russian disinformation. Now, as reported by the Washington Post, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas discussed the creation of this board in multiple congressional hearings last week. In those hearings, he described the creation of serving various functions, combating misinformation, whether it be from human smugglers or countering Russia's attempts at cyberspace disruption, election interference. One of the first things they said this disinformation board is going to be clamping down on is any sort of climate change, misinformation, or disinformation. We know what that means. While the Post reported the actual function of the unfortunately named board is not entirely clear, the creation of such an entity has already drawn fire from the right as nothing but a new thinly veiled attempt at policing free speech in this country, which, of course, they've had the cooperation of all the social media outlets as well as the mainstream media for the past 2 years as they censored any discussion of the COVID vaccine discussions. Anyone who had anything detrimental to say about the vaccine, shut them down. We shut down the creator of the technology for the vaccines, one Dr. Robert Malone. shut down. All right, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri said, rather than police our border, Homeland Security has decided we need to make policing Americans' speech their number one priority right now. Now, DeSantis told reporters over the weekend, I actually thought this was just an April Fool's joke when I first heard this. This is basically the ministry of truth. And what they want to do is they want to be able to put out false narratives without people being able to speak out and fight back. They want to be able to say things like Russian collusion and perpetuate hoaxes and then have people like us be silenced. DeSantis went on to insist the Biden administration would use this project to advance things that are not supported by the evidence, or when it comes to climate change, not supported by the actual science. So DeSantis says we're going to fight this. We believe it's essential that Floridians and Americans can speak out against false narratives, trying to be jammed down our throats by this Biden regime. Now, he went on to claim that this is just the latest avenue by the White House to shut everybody up. Anyone who opposes their bad policies, you've got to be shut down. But there's a growing momentum to speak the truth to a very decaying and discredited ruling elite in this country. Of course, that's talking about Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter. Clearly, our entire principles that this country was founded on, you cannot have a ministry of truth in this country. So he's kind of dubbed it a new name, Ministry of Truth, the disinformation ministry. It was almost comical. Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy, right? He's also been permanently banned by Twitter. Yeah, everybody thought when, with the announcement that Elon Musk had made the acquisition, he showed up on Twitter. Well, for about a day. As soon as Twitter found out he was back, he's been shut down again. The likes of Mike Lindell and so many others that have been canceled by the left over the last couple of years, I guess we have to wait for the actual transaction to be definitive. Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter before we can see who will actually be reinstated to have a free voice via social media in this country. Time will tell. All right, we close out hour number 1 here on a Monday. And we'll return after a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com. They are headquartered at Shiloh Ranch here in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away veterans who need help. and we can't let that continue. J.P. Hoffman and his family and friends have been keeping the program alive from their very own pockets. I just learned that they need to raise $250,000 immediately to continue full operations. I told J.P. he could always count on Team Root. We can't let any veteran be turned away, ever. 100% of all donations are used for the program and only the program to help vets and horses. Government does very little for vets. It's up to us. Help fund this great organization at vetsandhorses.com. That's vetsandhorses.com.
Officials are continuing to battle a wildfire out west.
Officials in northern New Mexico urge residents in more than 24 communities to immediately evacuate Saturday ahead of a massive blaze that exploded in size in one day. The Calf Canyon fire began last week and combined with the Hermit's Peak fire, which was already burning near Las Vegas, New Mexico. By Saturday morning, Calf Canyon has scorched more than 97,000 acres.
USA's Mariah Bowen reporting. President Biden plans to gather with other dignitaries in Minneapolis, Minnesota to remember former Vice President Walter Mondale at a memorial service. Mondale died in April of 2021 at age 93, but his family delayed services for a year due to the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had an important personal relationship with Mondale. Biden has described Mondale as, quote, one of our nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. You are listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Operation Lone Star has received a financial boost.
Texas approved $495 million to fund the Texas National Guard deploying along the U.S.-Mexico border. The funds have been reallocated from other state agencies. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott saying Texas will not sit on the sidelines as President Biden continues to turn a blind eye to the crisis at our southern border. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A member of British Parliament has resigned after he admitted to watching pornography twice in the House of Commons. Neil Parish was suspended Friday from the Conservative Party over allegations. He tells the BBC that the first time it was an accident, but the second time he did that deliberately.
And the one thing I wasn't doing, and which I will take to my grave as being true, is I was not actually making sure people could see it. In fact, I was trying to do quite the opposite, and I was wrong what I was doing.
Paris says his biggest crime was looking at it a second time while waiting to vote on the side of the chamber. School officials in Rochester, New York are investigating allegations that a white teacher told his class of mostly black students to pick seats out of cotton and put on handcuffs during lessons on slavery in the 7th grade social studies class. The teacher has been put on leave while the school system investigates. They came to light after an appalled parent posted on Facebook that her daughter was confronted with the lesson on Tuesday. Listen to news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back on a Monday. Yeah, we're into the month of May here. May 2nd, second day of May. And this hour, here we go. It's our final week. It's It's been a 5-week contest. We are kicking off the final week of the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Keyword number 1 for your Monday comes your way here in just a bit. Shall we take a shot in the dark? Let's take a shot. Josh? Yeah. We were thinking maybe we had the phones up and running, but I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you. So it was worth a try. Meanwhile, Norman checks in from North Central Kansas. Glad I didn't go south last Friday. I missed out on all that bad weather. That's a good thing, right? Heading north tonight. We've got 56 degrees and clear skies, he says. Chevy Guy, copy in the mail on board this morning. Big Sexy checking in from the Home 20 in Truman, Arkansas. Okay, I will do that. If I can get... We're multitasking here. So Josh says, hey, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. So I'm going to give him another screen share, as they call it. Nothing like working remotely at 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, right? See if we can get that up and running. Give control. All right, we'll get back some of the others from the email bag coming up here. We'll check some of that just ahead. Got an email from Vic over the weekend, though. Kind of interesting. All the talk about the 2020 election, right? Where the left tells us these voting machines they cannot be hacked into. Vic shared an interesting scenario from that. They hold a big hackers conference when all the best of the best hackers in the country get together. I think in Las Vegas. It's the DEF CON experience, as they call it. They were looking at exploiting vulnerabilities in the voting machines. Hackers at the annual DEF CON conference in Las Vegas. They actually spent a weekend attacking voting machines, all kinds of different brands. And they won. Now, this is going back to the 2016 election. And at that point in time, do you recall Hillary claimed that the election was rigged? USA Today reporter Elizabeth Weiss did a series of articles regarding the DEF CON convention there in Las Vegas. It's pretty interesting what she had to say. They had purchased a number of these voting machines. Some of them were purchased on eBay. Some of them were purchased elsewhere. But in a matter of literally minutes, they were able to hack into and begin manipulating these machines. One thing that surprised me was that, according to the article, it was actually illegal to even investigate hacking vulnerabilities. The convention itself had to get government approval. Now, you superimpose the DEF CON result of the 2020 election and question if an enabling event like COVID-19 was required to enact wide-scale voter fraud. You compare all the theoretical results with what happened. And although maybe it's circumstantial, that'd be a detailed investigation. Would a detailed investigation be warranted? The answer is obvious. Now, Vic said, I found an article on this while purging my files from an old Indy Star newspaper that I saved for some reason at the time. It's kind of interesting that an impeachment trial and a special prosecutor in endless congressional hearings resulted from Hillary's stolen election claim. How does that happen? While Donald Trump's claim and subsequent election reform enactment has resulted in actions against Trump and his supporters. In one of the articles that was detailed how Russia had been using hacking to install pro-Russian governments in former Soviet Union republics, you can't help but wonder. I have to wonder if clandestine activity had maybe a causative effect on Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Even the threat to join NATO and the European Union should not have been sufficient, because NATO and the EU could have all switched semiconductor purchases from China to the Baltic states to provide revenue to those countries that would have done business with Ukraine. Plus, had the Biden administration not caused a rise in energy prices, Putin would not have been able to afford any of these hostilities right now. Neither required Ukraine joining NATO or the European Union, which ultimately Vic says you can't help but wonder, did somebody want this war? Yeah, Vic, I think the answer to your question would be unequivocally, yeah, somebody did. Okay. Get a quick timeout. We return in 2 on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, we just keep doing a check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hey, Steve, can you hear me now?
Josh!
You got me. Cool.
My. So how's your
Oh,
week?
isn't technology is great?
How's your week starting out, Josh?
Well, started feeding the baby at midnight. Had you on Alexa for a minute listening while I was feeding the baby, and then got back to the bedroom and seen on my phone that Kyle messaged me and said, Steve's in trouble.
He's in all kind of trouble. My.
Yeah.
Well, so I appreciate you working on that. So I don't know what you think it's because the Zoom update, did that screw something up maybe?
It absolutely did, and I actually we're using a different system, so I will talk to you later on in the AM and teach you how to use it.
Okay. Now, how about the baby? How, you were off for a few weeks. You got the new little one. For those who maybe hadn't heard, Josh became a first-time father. What was the date again?
It was the 8th, April 8th.
April 8th. Bouncing baby boy, right?
That's right. Jackson is his name.
Jackson. All right. So he's doing well. And I guess I kind of remember those days of babies in the house. And it's like, is it every 2 or 3 hours they got to have a little something to eat, right?
You got it. Yeah, every couple hours. So between my wife and I, we try to switch off overnight so we can both get a little bit of sleep at least.
Try to do rotating shifts, in other words, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, Josh. I mean, I'm thinking, man, oh man, it may have made for a mighty long night if you hadn't been able to get me back up and running there.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. I'm glad you get you up and running and get everyone back on to getting you some calls in here.
I'm trying to, wait a minute here. I tried to move the screen back up top. What do I need to click on to get back to the call-in studio screen there?
Let me see here. I'm missing the one. Let's see.
Multitasking.
Yep.
Otherwise, I do see, I think Knucklebuster's on hold. Horsefeather's been trying to call a half dozen times or whatever, but yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Let me see here how to get them on.
So aside from that, I guess everything else going okay on your end of the world. But did you come back to work last week?
I did, yes. I'm working from home, but yeah, back to actually get some stuff done.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just move on here. I don't know. We need to kick. Is it screen calls? Is that what we need to hit there, maybe, or no?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think so.
No.
No, we'll get you here in a second. I'll figure
Okay.
out what's going on.
Yes,
but I'll get
sir.
off the phone here.
All right.
Babbling.
Thank you. All right. Well, we're just seeing as we are into the month of May. This year's CVSA, we like to call it, Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance Road Check. Are you ready for Road Check? It's almost here. If you hadn't circled the dates on your calendar just yet, May the 17th through the 19th. It's the 72-hour road check where typically, I think they say that during those 72 hours, like 15 vehicles are inspected every minute between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. It's a 72-hour campaign. Last year, the focus was on the hours of service violations and lighting violations. Now, they tell us this year, according to the CVSA, it's going to be wheel ends. Wheels are going to be the focus. Violations involving wheel end components historically account for nearly a quarter of all the vehicle out of service violations during International Road Check. And past International Road Check data routinely found wheel end components in the top 10 of vehicle violations. So this year, with the focus on wheel ends, they will be looking for cracks or unseated locking rings, studs, or clamps, checking for bent, cracked, or broken rims on the inside and outside wheel rims, checking for loose, broken, missing, or damaged wheel fasteners or elongated stud holes. They'll check spoke wheels for cracks across spokes and in the web area or slippage in the clamp areas. They will check the hub for lubricant leaks, as well as missing caps or plugs. They'll check the inner wheel seal for leaks as well. And it goes on and on. Just be prepared. They're going to be going across wheels with a fine-tooth comb this year. The largest targeted enforcement program on commercial vehicles in the world. There's the number. As I mentioned, nearly 15 trucks or buses inspected on average every minute across North America during that 72-hour period. Since being created back in 1988, roadside inspections conducting during International Road Check have numbered more than 1.4 million such checks. And it's also an opportunity, they tell us, to educate the industry and the general public about the importance of safe commercial vehicle operations. Hey, Knucklebuster.
Hey. Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Is Horse Feathers and I the only one that works on Monday morning?
Well, I see Horse Feathers is there. Pappy's online. Pappy's out there somewhere this morning.
Yeah, well, I can get some of them to call in and just start talking about them there, right? We'll just leave it alone for this morning there. Well, you know, that anesthesia, when they put you under for surgery, my dad had surgery on his knees, knee replacement. And when he come out of that surgery, he was 78, 79, something like that. He got full-blown dementia out of that stuff, man. They tell you that's just one of the risks, you know. He's right in that age group right there, Putin is. So we'll see what happens when he goes under the knife. And anyway, I read where scientists are hoping to redefine the second. In other words, we lose 1 second of time every 18 months. So Tennessee told me, she said, well, you can take my age times 12, divided by 18, and that'll be the seconds in my lifetime that a day was shorter by the Earth slowing down. And that's what they claimed, the Earth was slowing down there. But it only turned out to be 43.3333333333
Okay.
seconds in my lifetime. So that wasn't much. So I don't know. Yours will be a little shorter because you're younger than I am there. Anyway, these Texas researchers found dozens of creepy dolls down there on the Gulf Coast beaches. I don't know what they were. I don't know how they found them. Must have been a container or something more stuff. I don't know. And I read where Elon Musk is trying to buy Coca-Cola now. He wants to put the cocaine back in Coca-Cola, but they probably won't allow it. They probably won't allow that, right?
I doubt that very seriously, right?
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, the glass of a year or century over in Israel's Ben Gurion Airport erupted into panic after an American family showed up with an artillery shell they had found in the Golan Heights. It was unexploded, and they wrapped it up in a towel. We're going to carry it home as a souvenir, Steve.
How about that? Well, so how was your weekend, Knuckle Buster? Did you do anything special? You got to spend a little time with Tennessee over the weekend, did you?
Oh, yeah, I'm so busy on the weekends remodeling a house right now, and I'm still trying to finish up that barn out there I've been working on. So if it leave me alone, I've had to replace shower heads, electrical outlets. She had bought a fixer-upper, so you just stay busy doing one thing at a time. They said that the building inspector said the dishwasher was leaking. I pulled it out. See, I didn't see a damn leak one. I didn't even see no water under there. So I don't know what his problem was. He might have been blind or something, as far as I know there. And then had some real good food. I know that much. So how was your weekend?
I had a good weekend. I ended up, I think I hit the hay extra early there Friday because I didn't go to bed after the show and whatnot. Then Saturday went out to dinner with the mom and the wife, and then that's pretty much it. You know, didn't really do anything big special this weekend.
Well, I told Tennessee last evening that I was looking forward to the day when all I had to do was mow the grass on the weekend. She said, that ain't ever going to happen. She said, I got major projects lined up for you till the day you die, boy.
Well, I did actually go up to Home Depot and got me my bottle of spray to kill those damn dandelions. So I think my neighbor's pretty happy about that.
Well, that's good. Just mow them down. They'll eventually disappear, see?
Those damn things, I mean, you run the mower, and then literally, like 24 hours later, those fluffy balls are 8 inches tall again. They're back.
Oh, yeah. Well, that just means you got to do a lot of mowing there, right?
Okay.
They'll your neighbors will get over it there anyway. So, shoot, I don't know. It's crazy to me. Well, you're up against the break there, but we better let you go so you can get your news.
All right. Yeah. Well, seeing as we are back up and running now, looks like we're officially together. All right. So I can stop stuttering.
Right.
I can stop stuttering and stammering and move on with the show. And I can give you the number at 844-844-3388. And, of course, yes, it is the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway contest. We need us a winner, don't we? First keyword, here we go. Keyword here for your Monday morning. May the 2nd is trip, T-R-I-P. Whether it's wanting to take a trip or maybe trip to fall. T-R-I-P. Go to tncradio.live. Enter that keyword. That's your chance at $1,000 cash and, yeah, maybe a shot at the $10,000 grand prize, which technically that's going to be drawn 1 week from today, next Monday, May the 9th. Get those entries in, tncradio.live. Our keyword this hour is trip. And back to your calls after a quick news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The tornado that damaged more than 1,000 buildings in south central Kansas generated winds up to 165 miles per hour and carved a path of destruction nearly 13 miles long. The National Weather Service said Friday's tornado caused extensive damage, mostly in the Wichita suburb of Andover. Several people were injured, and officials there say at least 300 buildings were destroyed by the storm. The Weather Service said the tornado was on the ground for 21 minutes. Evacuations of civilians from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol began Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman telling the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. 100,000 people reportedly remain in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you that.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got lots of other interesting tidbits to cover on a Monday morning. Again, hope you had a good weekend. Not starting off the best week for Billy the Kid on a Monday. Oh boy, I love those Mondays. Steve, I'm stuck in Hartford City, Indiana. Ugh. Popped a brake chamber on the trailer. Got a massive air leak. The truck compressor can't keep up. Trying to get a hold of the big moose. Roadside said they can't get to me till like 9 o'clock in the morning. I hope everybody has a better Monday than me. So anyway, I'll be listening. Yeah, Big Moose is probably snoozing. He may wake up to take Bob Barker out to take a leak at some point in time, but all right, good luck with that, Billy the Kid. All right, horse feathers. I mean, you're probably about ready to hit the hay, right?
Yeah, about half an hour ago there, but I guess this is listening to good radio, trying to figure out what you're going to do. You're there trying to do all your magic, and I guess you finally got a hold of Josh, and he got you all hooked up there?
He got something going. He said we're on a different system. I mean, one thing that I'm kind of noticing here is, believe it or not, the delay that we normally had contended with is not there.
Yeah, this is just like normal phone conversation here now. You didn't have any echo in the beginning or anything there. So
how about that? So I mean, I can actually interrupt a caller with them, hearing me.
Yeah, yes, right. Just say, "Shut up, stupid! Shut up, stupid!" But anyway, so I guess the big news here we got is the Make-A-Wish convoy's less than a week away now. So as of it must have been yesterday, May 1st, the auction's gone live, and there's lots of stuff on there. There's all kinds of stuff on there to check out. So I know you said you posted it up there on your Facebook page.
I did share that on my page just before we got the show started there. Yes, sir. So you click over and you click on, I'm pulling it up here, items. Like I said, there's a lot of, artwork that the Wish kids do, paintings and whatnot, and looking at, seeing the region of the country you're in. That's why there's a lot of Eagles merchandise, a.k.a. Philadelphia Eagles, correct?
Yeah. Not only, I believe some of that stuff is signed, isn't it? Got autographed?
Yes. I'm not sure who it's autographed by, but got an autographed Eagles football. There's an autographed mini helmet, some autographed photos and whatnot. So
yeah,
I'm not real familiar with the Eagles players, so I don't know any of them.
Well, and then if you keep scrolling down, because I know there's at least two, and hopefully they'll be bidding against each other, but there is a Star Trek item on here that's been autographed. So at item 197 is a Star Trek item that's been autographed. So I know there's a couple listeners out there. One of them is not working tonight, so we'll have to repeat this for him. But anyway, so yeah, scroll through. There's a lot of things on there. There's Home Depot stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's good all across the country.
Yeah.
So you don't have to be in the Lancaster area to take advantage of this auction. You can bid on it, and take things. And I know they're going to ship stuff and everything. So if you can't get here to pick it up, you'll be able to get it shipped to you. And it ought to be a good deal there. So what do they say?
So like for some of the restaurant gift cards and whatnot, if it's a national chain and you get the gift card, you want to bid on it, whatever, it's good. It's good all over the country. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's Home Depot stuff in there and other things. So
yeah.
So definitely scroll through, take a look, and if it's something you're interested in, and if it's a regular solid item, then maybe it's something they can get shipped to you too. You can get it through the mail or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, or UPS or however they use the shipping. But anyway, so not only that, but I got looking here at the Hot Shot Secret team page. And that team page is now over $5,000. So we're going to get 100% match from Hot Shot Secret there, Chris and Kyle and everybody, because they said that, they were going to match up to $5,000.
Yes, sir.
We got the whole match set up there on the team page now.
About that. All right. Congratulations.
So absolutely. So anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot other than that going on.
You're on vacation this week or what?
Yeah. The wife actually took off for the week. She's down in North Carolina, and so with the dog and everything, I decided to take the week off, and then that gives me a chance to I got half dozen things to do anyways, and but that gives me a chance to try to get things caught up to get ready for next weekend there for the big convoy.
Gotcha.
So we're gonna try to get things cleaned up a little bit and look a little presentable, and hopefully we're gonna have a good weekend. It's the weather forecasters there. They're calling for some rain on Friday and Saturday, and they said it was going to get cold for next weekend. But then they showed Sunday there was supposed to be 60 degrees and sunny, so we can deal with 60 degrees. You can always put a sweatshirt on or
Absolutely,
something. Hey,
yeah.
maybe one of them overnight drive hoodies or something, But anyways, we'll come up with something to do there for the weekend there. But as long as it doesn't rain on Sunday, we're in good shape there.
Obviously, the forecast will change a half dozen times between now and then, and hopefully, let's keep our fingers crossed for a nice a sunny day. Yeah, like I said, 60, that ain't bad. Put on a sweatshirt, put on a hoodie, whatever, and enjoy.
That's right. Well, I'm sure Knucklebuster would prefer it if the women just wore the overnight dry T-shirt there and didn't wear the hoodie with it.
All nice and perky, right?
Yeah, something like that there. Yeah. Be checking out the headlights there, seeing if there's any high beams. But anyways there, so how do we get on? How do we digress?
You did it. You did it. Don't blame me.
Every time, I tell you. So, but anyways, well, I guess that's about what we got going for you there. I don't know. Other than that, they said that there might be a possibility of fog there. It's something about where the dew point is and the amount of moisture that's out there from the rain we had during the day yesterday.
Yep.
And the temperature overnight and everything. So anybody going through some of the 83 up and down the hills and stuff like that, just kind of be cautious. You might run yourself into some fog there somewhere in between. But anyways, hey, I guess with that, we'll let you get back to the show there, since it seems like you got things up and going, and hopefully you got some more callers calling in. What's that number? What is that? 844-844-3388.
That's
right?
the one. That is correct.
And don't forget with the auction, bid often and bid high, or bid high and bid often. Just keep going. Bring it up there. It's all for the kids there. Just remember that. It's all for the kids.
Yep.
So
the auction side, I'm assuming, just went up because there's not. I don't see. Is there anything that even has bids on it yet?
Yeah, there's a couple of things there. There's a couple vacation rentals that they have down there in Delaware. I think that has some bids on it already, and there was a couple of food ones, I believe. There.
Okay.
So there's a decent amount of auctions, items to scroll through. So it take you a little bit there to search through them and figure out what they all are there. So anytime you get some downtime, or you're a half-hour break there, if you're not spending it there on the fuel island, they're waiting for your half hour to come up there. You can scroll through the auction page, or that 10-hour deal there.
Yep. Very good.
Whatever works.
Okay.
So, but anyways, thanks a lot, Steve. And,
all right,
and
enjoy.
If for some reason we wake up, we'll try to call you in that loneliest hour maybe one more time. See if the phones are still working.
And enjoy your time off there at the home 20. He's trying to use the excuse he had to take care of the dog. You know better than that. The wife's out of town. What the hell? That's a great time to take off. The cat's away, the mice will play. Isn't that the old... All right. I see Red Mule's on the line, and I'm looking out west here where the mega drought continues, and Lake Mead, the largest man-made reservoir in the country, of course, a water source for millions of people, has fallen to an unprecedented low, they tell us. The lake's plummeting water level has actually exposed one of the reservoir's original water intake valves, which apparently has never happened before. The valve had been in service since 1971, but obviously since it's above the water level now, it cannot draw water. According to the Southern Nevada Water Authority, responsible for managing water for 2.2 million people in Southern Nevada, including Las Vegas. Extreme drought has already taken a toll this year, and the summertime heat has not even arrived yet. Drought conditions worsened in the Southwest over the past week. New Mexico, their drought has been steadily intensifying since the start of the year. Extreme or exceptional drought now encompasses more than 68% of that state. Further west in Southern California, they're now demanding residents and businesses limit their outdoor watering to 1 day a week. After a very disappointing winter, very little rain, very little snow, and for the first time, they've actually implemented this very strict rule. That was the big announcement last week. We've never done anything like this before because we haven't seen the situation happen like this before. We don't have enough water to meet normal demands for the 6 million people in the state water project dependent areas. Now at Lake Mead, photos taken 1 week ago today show the eldest of the 3 intake valves standing high and dry above the water line. When the lake hit 1,060 feet above sea level, that's when you could start to see the top of the intake number 1. Lake Mead hit 1,060 feet above sea level on April the 4th. It's now at 1,055 feet as of last Wednesday. As a result, the Water Authority has now begun operating the new Low Lake pumping station for the very first time, a valve that is situated deeper in the bottom of Lake Mead. They started constructing that back in 2015. I guess it's lucky they did because they just finished it up in 2020. Now, that is capable of delivering water to the lake at a much lower level. It was actually built to protect the region's water resource in light of the worsening drought conditions. So I guess that's the pumping station that's now up and running there. Hello, Red Mule. How was your weekend?
Well, Steve, that's why I listen to the Steve Sommers show. Now, I saw reports on that Lake Mead thing, and I didn't realize that they just built that third intake. And so like I say, you always educate us there. Hey, Steve, being as how yesterday was May Day, did you go down to the park and do your annual maypole dance?
I did not. No, it slipped my mind that it was May Day.
Yeah, Steve, that might be the reason your computer's messing up. It might be you got bad karma because you didn't go do your May Day dance, you reckon?
Could be.
Hey, Steve, since it's still Sunday out here in part of the country, let's have a little Bible study if we could. Now, in the book of Genesis, I don't know what chapter and verse it is, talks about Adam begat, and what did he beget? Ham, and Ham beget so and on down, all this. Now, this word begat, begot, and all that stuff, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, does that not mean father to child? Is that your understanding of the word?
That's my understanding, yes. Yeah, fathered the child, correct.
Well, now, when I heard Mr. Biden speaking, the first time I heard it, I thought I heard wrong, due to old age, and second time, but I've heard this about 3 times, and I haven't heard any commenters say anything about it. Now, he was talking about these oligarchs, and he's talking about getting rid of their ill-begotten gains. Now, I don't think there is such a word as ill-begotten. I think the proper word would be ill-gotten, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, ill-begotten, of the oligarch's father a yacht or something like that. I don't know. But anyhow, Steve, you saw that our hero Nancy Pelosi and Schiff and a bunch of them went over to Ukraine, right?
Yes, I met with Zelensky.
Does that not prove to us how much Russia hates the common people in America? I mean, they had an opportunity to bomb them, and they didn't take it. Now, that kind of indicates to me that, they're in favor of the Democrats. Do you read that same way?
Yeah, good point.
Now, one other point on that. Would Pelosi be trying to strengthen her credentials here where, if they decided to invoke the 25th Amendment, she'd look better because she's got more foreign experience?
Lord, I hope not.
I hope not too. But one other question along that thing. Now, good old Adam Schiff with her. Have you heard anything about who's ever going to be running against him this year? Has he got any credible opposition?
Yeah, in his case, I haven't even seen. No, I'd have to do a quick search on that.
I haven't seen anything on it at all. So, Steve, I got a question. I keep hearing all this stuff. They just talking last day or so about, China's going to be getting oil from Russia, and then they're wanting to do a deal with Iran or one of them outfits over there. Educate me here. As big a nation as China is, do they not have any oil reserves anywhere in that whole nation, or is it just because they don't have the infrastructure and the drilling companies or anything? Well, I find it hard to believe that they have all those rare earth materials and everything, and they're going to be getting oil from other places. Does that make sense to you?
It's good point. I mean, surely they've got to have oil under the ground.
Well,
China.
You would think they would. You would think Germany would have natural. Oh, that's another question I was going to bring up. Now, I heard a couple of times over the weekend that one of the former chancellors of Germany is a head of a Russian oil company. Now, I don't know if that's Angela Merkel or if that was somebody else. Is that familiar to you, Steve?
Honestly, that does not ring a bell.
Well, I hadn't heard it before, but I did hear it a couple of times over the weekend. So that might be something to follow up on. Now, did you get those emails I sent you?
Yeah, how about that billboard? Ditch Liz, right? That's the one.
What self-discipline do you have, Steve? Yeah, and then that picture of that heat wave tomato. I mean, I ain't never had a tomato named after me. There ain't no red gill tomato. There ain't no horse feathers tomato, but heat wave's got a tomato named after him. Now, I think that shows what the tomato people think of heat wave. What do you think?
That's pretty cool. Yes, sir.
Yeah, more power to him. So, well, Steve, I see you coming up for a break, so I'll get off of here and listen to you the rest of the morning, probably.
Thank you, Red Mule. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. Yeah, the heat wave tomato, medium size. I'm looking at it's like at the greenhouse, the hot house, whatever they call it. Heat wave is a large, round, 6 to 7 ounce tomato. Determinate vine, which fruit ripens all at once and may not need staking. This determinate plant has about 68 days to maturity. The heat wave tomato. All right, have to try one of those out. Then the billboard he was talking about, somewhere out there, I'm guessing Wyoming, right? I almost said ditch the bitch, but no, it says ditch Liz. Ditch Liz. Vote for Hegman. Oh, Liz Cheney. Yeah, we do have a couple minutes before we hit news break, top of the hour. So hang in there, Pappy. Eagles on the line. Frank's going to be checking in this morning. And our number, 844-844-3388. And as Horse Feathers mentioned, the Make-A-Wish Foundation next Sunday, the Mother's Day Convoy. And again, via my Facebook page, I linked up the auction website. Check out item 197, Star Trek fans. Okay. It's an autographed photograph. It's not the original Star Trek. There's been so many iterations. I think it's the Next Generation. She was one of the stars on Star Trek, The Next Generation. But a lot of cool stuff there to check out. In regards to your question, Red Mule, just a quick Google search. China holds 25,132,000,000 and some change barrels of proven oil reserves as of 2016. So they would rank 14th in the world and account for about 1.5% of the world's total oil reserves. So I guess in the big picture, that's not a whole heck of a lot. Proven reserves, equivalent to 52.3 times their annual consumption, which means China has about 52 years of gas left at current consumption levels, excluding unproven reserves. And I don't know how much they actually even look. Are they searching for oil and gas there in China? We get a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com. They are headquartered at Shiloh Ranch here in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away veterans who need help, and we can't let that continue. J.P. Hoffman and his family and friends have been keeping the program alive from their very own pockets. I just learned that they need to raise $250,000 immediately to continue full operations. I told J.P. he could always count on Team Root. We can't let any veteran be turned away, ever. 100% of all donations are used for the program and only the program to help vets and horses. Government does very little for vets. It's up to us. Help fund this great organization at vetsandhorses.com. That's vetsandhorses.com.
Officials are continuing to battle a wildfire out west.
Officials in northern New Mexico urged residents in more than 24 communities to immediately evacuate Saturday. ahead of a massive blaze that exploded in size in one day. The Calf Canyon fire began last week and combined with the Hermit's Peak fire, which was already burning near Las Vegas, New Mexico. By Saturday morning, Calf Canyon has scorched more than 97,000 acres.
USA's Mariah Bowen reporting. President Biden plans to gather with other dignitaries in Minneapolis, Minnesota to remember former Vice President Walter Mondale at a memorial service. Mondale died in April of 2021 at age 93, but his family delayed services for a year due to the pandemic. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden wanted to attend the memorial because he had an important personal relationship with Mondale. Biden has described Mondale as, quote, one of our nation's most dedicated patriots and public servants. You are listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Operation Lone Star has received a financial boost.
Texas approved $495 million to fund the Texas National Guard deploying along the U.S.-Mexico border. The funds have been reallocated from other state agencies. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott saying Texas will not sit on the sidelines as President Biden continues to turn a blind eye to the crisis at our southern border. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A member of British Parliament has resigned after he admitted to watching pornography twice in the House of Commons. Neil Parish was suspended Friday from the Conservative Party over allegations. He tells the BBC that the first time it was an accident, but the second time he did that deliberately.
And the one thing I wasn't doing, and which I will take to my grave as being true, is I was not actually making sure people could see it. In fact, I was trying to do quite the opposite, and I was wrong what I was doing.
Paris says his biggest crime was looking at it a second time while waiting to vote on the side of the chamber. School officials in Rochester, New York, are investigating allegations that a white teacher told his class of mostly black students to pick seats out of cotton and put on handcuffs during lessons on slavery in the 7th grade social studies class. The teacher has been put on leave while the school system investigates. They came to light after an appalled parent posted on Facebook that her daughter was confronted with the lesson on Tuesday. Listen to news anytime at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Let me see here. Let me go back. Since we're busy working, trying to get things up and running this Monday. Gotta love those Mondays. Where did I leave off? Some of our friends checking in via YouTube and Facebook. OvernightDriveRadio.com. There's Big Sexy checking in from the Home 20, Truman, Arkansas. Got 64 degrees, cloudy night tonight. Got to catch the show this morning before starting a new work week, Monday night. Everybody be safe out there. All right, Big Sexy, good to have you with us. Icebreaker checking in, 61 degrees in Northern Virginia. John Ferguson passing downtown Cincinnati, at least he was, about an hour and 40 minutes ago. Headed toward the normal Nashville delivery. All right. Did you see me waving as you passed through? Didn't notice, did you? Ronald said, Steve, what's going on with the speed limiters? Is that still alive or has it been killed? No, it is very much alive. Once again, as of last week, they're back. For those that may have missed it, yes, we got an update on that for you. Mandatory speed limiters. Here they go again, trying to push it down your throat. OOIDA responded on Friday saying this will not make highways safer. Instead, they say this requirement will only make matters worse. Again, we'll give you the full report coming up here. That's in the industry headlines. Buster Brown on board. Great morning and week, Steve. Hard to believe. Mother's Day next Sunday. Earliest it can ever be. All right, so he's tuned in on the app at this hour. Scotty was trying to call. Yes, I think the phone lines are messed up. They keep hanging up on me. Yeah, they were. I was kind of looking to get your full report after seeing your video of the, which I believe you said that was like from his front lawn, front porch or something there on Friday, filming that tornado that passed through Wichita. Did all the damage there. Hello to the 15 car. Morning, Steve. Perfect night in Charlotte, 67 and clear. Safe travels to all out there. Roy, talking about the I mentioned the Federal Reserve supposed to be announcing a rate hike, interest rate hike this week. Roy said, my local guy here thinks we're going to actually see a full percentage point. That would be more than even most of I think the analysts said they full well anticipate a half point that the markets, and that's why the markets were hit so hard on Friday, that they're pricing in potentially 3/4 of a point increase. I don't know, full point? It could be. I mean, they said they're going to have to put the brakes on things, and that's what raising interest rates is going to do. Eskimo Mom, howdy from the home 20. Loved the beautiful weather we had this past day. I am getting stronger by the day. Hope everybody stays safe. Yeah, how much more time you got off the road there, Eskimo Mom? I know it was a pretty lengthy stint you were going to be off the road, huh? There's Dave. Morning 55, a slight breeze here in Lodi, waiting for my trailers to head back to Western New York. Let's go, Brandon. There's a thumbs up from South Carolina. Jan checking in. Everybody have a great week there. Tony says, morning, Steve, 58 degrees in Beloit, Kansas. Sounding like we may see some storms tonight, but it is actually much needed rainfall. Everybody have a great day. Let's get a couple more here. Russell, morning, Steve. Hope all's well with you and your family. Yes, we're hanging in there. Marianne checking in. Good morning. Thank you for being with us, Marianne. There's Judy at balmy 38 degrees in Alexandria, Minnesota. Windy conditions tonight. Burr. There's Frank. A fellow with a bad brake chamber can take a pair of vice grips and pinch off the hose just before the brake chamber. That'll get him to a place to get it fixed anyway. All right, Robert checking in with 45 degrees in Keokuk, Iowa this morning. High Tech's on board. Steve, I sent you some mail. Don't throw it out. Okay, like email or snail mail? I hadn't got anything in the mail just yet. I'll check it out, though. All right, I'll be watching for that. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. 65 degrees here in Surf City, North Carolina. Meanwhile, Pappy's on board. Happy Monday, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, man? What a nice day it was today, wasn't it?
Did turn out to be a beautiful day. Yes, it did.
Yeah. Changed the oil on the car, Steve. The old Chevy Impala. Guess what I dumped in it? Dumped in some Stiction Eliminator, Steve.
A little hot shot secret.
Yes, sir. Yes, we'll run it for 3,000 miles and dump it out and change it again.
Go to the FR3 after that.
Yes, sir. Got some of that too. Hey, Knucklebuster talked about a couple bringing this daggone artillery round on the plane as a souvenir.
I saw that. I mean, you talk about a dumbass of the week nominee panic at the airport, right?
Well, if it's inert, it's no big deal. But is it inert? That's the question. I think most of your callers know, Steve, I'm, on the bomb squad with the sheriff's office. And I told you this before, that most of our runs are old military artifacts people were turning in. As these uncles and dads and grandfathers pass away, they're finding stuff up in the attic, Rolled up on a run one time. It was in the fall. Gentleman standing in his driveway. He's got a coat on with his hands in his pocket. I roll up, roll the window down, like, oh, what's up, man? What you got? He called to turn something in. Pulls his hands out of his pockets and drops 2 Japanese frag grenades in my lap.
Okay.
They didn't have any compound in them, but they still had the live fuse, Steve. And the fuse were made out of mercury fulminate, which is highly unstable, and especially as the amount of years that went by. These types of hand grenades, the Japanese used to take them. You know how we pull the pins on ours and throw them? Well, they took them and hit the grenade on their helmet to activate the fuse, and then would throw it.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a 5-second delay. Well, that mercury fulminate was so unstable, sometimes they would just hit it on their helmet and it
boom,
bang.
Not good.
Yeah. Hey, but listen, Steve, if you got a couple minutes here, I gotta throw something out here at you. The Pfizer test, all these tests that they were doing prior to turning out the vaccine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how the courts ruled? They were trying to keep all that secret. Remember, a few months back, the courts ruled, nope, got to make it public. There was a doctor that got in there. It was a female doctor, and all these people are going through these pages and pages and pages of stuff, Steve, looking. Well, this doctor found out and looked that Pfizer refused to include pregnant and breastfeeding women, which are females, Steve.
Yes.
In their test trials. So they did not include any pregnant females in the test trials. What they did is France conducted a lab experiment with 44 rats. The 44 rats, I guess, have an incubation period of like 21 days. Once, they conceive. 21 days later, they give birth. So what they did is, they took these 44 rats, followed them and watched them up until birth. Once they gave birth, they C-sectioned some of them, waited for some of them that gave birth. They checked the fetuses out, said nothing's wrong with them, and we're good to go. Well, Steve, the doctor was saying, which she was flabbergasted about, that they didn't follow the birth of these baby rats for a period of time. You follow me?
Right.
And these doctors went ahead and approved and accepted this test results and said, oh, we're good to go. Come to find out, these doctors either were employed by Pfizer, and some of them had stock in Pfizer. No, Steve, what I'm about to tell you here is going to blow your pants off.
Uh-oh.
So the military released some records. I just sent you an email with a diagram going back several years that the military posted that, I think it starts back in 2016 maybe. They went back 5 years. So in the year, 2016, they had approximately 10,000 abnormal birth defects in military women are given the babies.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say how many births there were, but they just said there was 10,000 birth defects. 11,000 in like 2017, 10 back to 10,000 in 2018. What I'm getting at is the average rate up until 2021 was 10,000, I think 900 was the average birth defects. So they did a partial in 2021, Steve. They weren't even, I guess they started the study. The study came out. It wasn't a full 12 months. It didn't say if it was 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, what. It just said it was partial.
Partial.
18,000 birth defects.
Nearly 19. I'm looking at 18,961, I think it is, if I'm seeing that number correct. Almost 19,000.
Yeah. That's a major jump, Steve.
Nearly double.
And it's funny that these females that were pregnant were forced to take this vaccine or get dishonorably discharged from the military. And Steve, this doctor went on. I should have wrote down. She went through a list of all these birth defects, and I should have wrote them down. I'll see if I think I took a screenshot. I'll see if I got it. If I did, and I'll send it to you. But she went. I mean, these are severe birth defects too. Some were not as severe. When they talked about breastfeeding, that some of the infants were like colicky, like couldn't keep down the breast milk. I mean, at an abnormal rate. So I don't know. This is trying to be kept hush-hush, so I don't know. Look for some stuff to come out here in the near future. See if you can maybe dig up some stuff on it. But that's something that really makes your, eyebrows rise.
Right. I mean, especially when you're looking at a 5-year average between 10 and 11,000, then the jump to 19,000 in less than a year's time, something definitely contributed to that.
And we talked a few months ago, Steve, that the CDC was trying to squash all the adverse reactions that people were having to this vaccine. I mean, that's a fact.
Yep.
So I just thought I'd share that with you.
So now let's fire up. We're going to fire up a ministry of disinformation. And guess what? That's all going to be quashed in the future as well.
You know what's amazing about these people, Steve? I mean, say they come up with an organization that they're going to destroy free speech in the United States, right? Well, you know what they call it? Protection of free speech. Whatever these lefts say, it's the opposite of what they're doing. That's a fact. Some of these left-wing organizations that, were truth tell. I mean, what's that bozo on CNN has his show? It's called Short Little Fat Dude, man. I forget what Bongino called him, the coffee boy.
Okay.
Looks like George Costanza. What the heck is the name of his show on CNN?
Seeing as I don't watch CNN, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something like the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I don't know. I can't remember but it's all lies. Somebody call in tonight. You tell us what the name of that show is.
Okay.
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's the opposite. Whatever they say, just do the complete opposite, and then you got the truth. All right, my man. Another nice day tomorrow. think I'll cut the grass. I'll cut the back grass. I got an appointment with her tomorrow at noon, so it's not real early in the morning, but probably be hitting the hay here in a little while. But yeah, need to see Eskimo Mom back on the road. Hope she is recovering nicely.
At least she's getting stronger with each passing day, so that's good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, my man. Have a good night.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. Yeah, yep. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAInsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, I promised the rest of the story. Mandatory speed limiters, yes. The push is back on once again. OOIDA says studies and research have already proven what we were all taught long, long ago in driver's ed classes. Traffic is safest when all vehicles travel at the same relative speed, he says. Todd Spencer, limiting trucks to speeds below the flow of traffic increases interactions between vehicles, which can lead to more crashes. Now, that following the FMCSA's announcement last week with they had issued a notice of intent to move forward once again with the speed limiter mandate on heavy-duty trucks. Guess that was last Thursday, was it? The FMCSA said the rulemaking would propose that most interstate commercial motor vehicles be speed limited. All right, a speed has not yet been determined, but previous proposals over the years have been as low as 60 miles per hour or as high as 68 miles per hour. It's not clear when a notice will be published in the Federal Register. When that happens, that will give you 30 days to comment on the proposal. OOIDA has been fighting attempts at a speed limiter mandate for years, providing multiple reasons why it believes the requirement is ill-advised in their words. Spencer says, quote, what the motoring public should know is that when they're stuck behind trucks on long stretches of highway, those trucks are often limited to a speed well under the posted speed. Now, they also noted that most commercial vehicle crashes occur in speed limits below 55 miles per hour, which would mitigate the effect of any potential mandate. Now, going even further, slowing trucks down to 60 miles per hour, say in a 75 mile per hour zone. For the truck drivers, that could actually motivate them to speed through construction zones and other low speed zones trying to make a delivery on time. And yes, that is 100% correct. All right, with that, we're about a minute before news break. Eagle, hang in there. Got you coming up. Frank on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. When we come back, of course, getting back to your calls and kind of an odd scenario where you've got a U.S. Marshal and an inmate that are missing. Is the inmate escaped? Did the jailer actually offer to help him escape? Here's the scoop. The Marshal Service is offering a $10,000 reward for information about the escaped inmate and a, quote, missing and endangered is the term they're using right now, corrections officer that disappeared Friday after the two left the jail in North Alabama. Casey White, 38 years old, had been jailed on a capital murder charge in the Lauderdale Detention Center in Florence, Alabama. It's about 75 miles west of Huntsville. Now, these two, the inmate and the assistant director of corrections, Vicky White, left that detention center Friday morning, supposedly to go to a nearby courthouse. Although they have the same last name, they are not related. Casey is believed to be a serious threat to the corrections officer, as well as the public, according to the U.S. Marshal for Northern Alabama in a statement this past day. Give you more, or the rest of the story, as they say. Is there foul play? Are the two working together? That's questions we don't have answers to. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN, buy coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, hello to Santa Claus on board this morning. They're in California, right? 68 degrees at the Sharp Army Depot near Stockton, California. Getting ready for my trip down to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. I'll be listening in while I bounce down I-5. All right, bouncing down the interstate there in California. Santa Claus, have safe travels. Eagle, we got you on board this morning. Oh, Eagle is sawing logs. Well, it's not the first time. Won't be the last, I'm sure, but he'll try us back when he wakes up. Hello, Frank.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing this morning?
Doing all right. Doing better now than I was in the first hour. Ha!
Right, yeah. I heard you had phone problems. Hey, I got your code for my Hot Shot Secret
Good.
Friday.
Good.
And appreciate that. Now I can order a bunch of stuff. Plus, this fella with a brake chamber problem in Hartford City, he can pinch off one of the rubber lines that goes to his brake chamber that's leaking. I can't remember if it's the top one or bottom one with a pair of vice grips. And that will release his brake where he can get to a shop where he can get that thing fixed.
Rather than waiting for roadside service for another 6.5 hours, right?
Right. I have done that 3-4 times already. But I tape my vice grips to that hose just in case it comes loose. You don't lose it on the road.
So I don't even know when you get into the middle of the night. Are there any repair facilities open at these truck stops and whatnot 24 hours a day, or do you have to wait till 6 or 7 a.m. anyway?
Well, my truck there's we lease them from Penske, and we call it SOS number, and they got up to 90 minutes to get somebody out to it to get it fixed.
Okay.
And they always seem to get somebody out there. And same with your radiator. If your light comes on, your low water light comes on your truck, and your truck will shut off, you can go out there if you got plenty of water in that radiator yet. That sensor, when it goes below a certain level, will shut your truck down. You can unplug that sensor and still get to a truck stop and get some antifreeze in it.
Okay.
But that works pretty good though, pinching that line off there, and that'll release that brake. But I don't know if it's on his tractor or trailer, but if it's on the trailer brake, keep his tractor brake set, and release his trailer brake. You can crawl underneath there and pinch it off, and he'll hear it release. Can't remember if it's the top line or bottom line. But
okay.
There's 2 rubber hoses that go through each brake sensor. He can get himself to the shop instead of sitting around waiting. I learned that from a guy that came out and repaired mine one time, and I was sitting alongside the road where it was real busy, and he said, I'm going to pinch your line off, get you off on an exit there where I can fix that without having no problem getting run into.
Okay, right. Smart. Get off the interstate, right?
Right, yeah. So he taught me how to do that. Works pretty good.
Good deal. Well, I know he said he's listening in, so I'm on the side of the road. So, Billy the Kid, there's some advice for you. Give it a shot.
Yeah, and if you like, you got my number. If he can call you, you can give him the number. He can give me a call, and I can explain to him over the phone. There's a question I wanted to ask Pappy, too. Michigan and Indiana State Police or Sheriff Department will sit alongside the road, or they'll hide somewhere where their lights turned off. All the Ohio officers, if they're sitting alongside the road or in a parking lot, they leave their lights on. I don't understand why Ohio does that and other states don't.
I don't definitively know the answer to the question, but I think there are some states, and Pappy can correct me, like if they are running radar, they do have to have the lights on, like the running lights or something at least on their vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Michigan, now they'll set the medium with their lights off. Indiana will set the medium with their lights off. But every time I'm in Ohio, every time I see an officer sitting somewhere, they got their lights still on, their headlights are still on.
Mm-hmm.
not sitting in the dark. I don't worry about it because I don't really speed. I mean, I might do a couple miles over the speed limit all the time, but that's about it. I got a pretty clean record. I haven't been pulled over in 30 years.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Don't jinx yourself now.
Right. Well, I can remember years ago running in Ohio, you do 1 mile over the speed limit, they had you pulled over. Now I think they give you 4 or 5 miles over the speed limit. I don't know about the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit, but
Yeah.
55 and 65 they would. My truck don't go over 70 mile an hour anyway, so I don't have to worry about that. But it'd be interesting to find out why Ohio. I don't know if there's a reason why the court asked them they have to leave them on, or what the deal is with that.
I think we can get an answer to that question, Frank. And, yeah. All right. Well, thanks so much for chiming in. Have a great morning. Thanks. And I'm sure Bill at the Kid says thanks for the advice. Let me get the rest of the story. This missing corrections officer and inmate. Now, the U.S. Marshal Service says Casey White is believed to be a serious threat to the corrections officer. Now, while in state prison for other crimes in 2020, Casey confessed to the 2015 stabbing death of Connie Ridgway. Now, the corrections officer, Vicky White, has been with the department for 16 years. At a news conference on Friday, they did say she was armed when she left the jail with the inmate and headed to the courthouse for what she said was a mental health evaluation for Casey White. She was alone with the inmate, which, according to the sheriff, violated department policy. Our policy is any inmate with those kinds of charges must have 2 sworn deputies to escort them, and that did not happen in this case. Singleton also said there was no mental health evaluation for the inmates scheduled at the courthouse. So that's kind of odd. Now, the vehicle the officer and the inmate were in when they left the detention center was found at a nearby shopping center parking lot. Vicky, meanwhile, had told her coworkers she had a doctor's appointment scheduled, which was confirmed, but the office said the deputy never showed up. Officials said no one even realized the 2 were missing until about 6 hours after they left the jail. Deputies tried to contact Vicky, but her phone apparently immediately goes to voicemail. Singleton said his department is aggressively investigating the incident. They'll be looking into previous interaction between the 2, looking to see if something else might have been going on. Yeah, Vicky had turned in her retirement papers apparently the day before she went missing, which all these, they kind of add up, almost like maybe the 2 left together. That's at least what they're looking at. Now, the sheriff said Sunday there were no new developments in the investigation. The Associated Press called the sheriff's office, but a phone message there said the office was closed on Sunday. The Marshal Service, though, said Casey is 6'9" tall, weighs about 260 pounds. He has brown hair, hazel eyes. Marshal Service says anyone with information about Casey White's location or Vicky's disappearance can call the tip line. Anonymous tips can be submitted to the U.S. Marshals Tip app. All right. So there's the rest of the story. Just kind of a weird scenario. And our number, 844-844-3388. We'll get back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, again, our number, 844-844-3388. All right, did we say hello to Billy? Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive, folks. 40 or 65 degrees. Surf City, North Carolina. We might have got him earlier. Let me see. I guess another new listening friend there said, I used to listen to your dad. 41 degrees in eastern Nebraska. There's the Mud Dog. Hello to the Hot Shot team. Hope everybody's having a blessed day. Jared responding to Pappy, I guess that was. He said the CNN coffee boy is Brian Stetler. Okay, I recognize that name. He was in the news just over the weekend. See if I can find what the rest of that was. Meanwhile, back to your calls here, and who we got on the line? Let me see. Not seeing the name. I'm not sure. Is it Philip?
It sure is. How you doing, bud?
Hey, Philip. What's going on?
Not much. Hey, I got a question for Pappy. The cops run unmarked cars, right?
Yes, sir.
We've known that for years. They pulled over people for unmarked cars. If that went to court on something, whether they pulled you on a big ticket or whatever, could you fight it as entrapment, Steve? Because they used an unmarked vehicle?
Based on the sheer number of unmarked vehicles that are out there, I would presume that question's been asked before, and I would assume not.
Yeah, I always wondered that, if you could legally fight it as entrapment.
Yeah.
Because they're hiding, you know what I mean? They're not in an open vehicle. That's got lights on the outside that's, labeled who they are or whatever. But as far as the guy with the brake issue, gentleman just called in and talked about clamping off the hoses. Yeah, you can do that. The one thing I learned real quick with brake chambers when I used to drive, especially the ones that I could cage, and what I mean by caging is they've got a tool that you can put in there that most brake chambers have that tool on the side of them. You can put that tool in there, turn it sideways, you take a wrench and you tighten the bolt up, and it cages that brake off to where you use it, you can run without it affecting, without hanging the brake up.
Okay.
I learned how to do that a long time ago. I think I'd been driving probably about maybe a year, and I had a mechanic show me that and actually give me one of those tools they usually on the side of the brake chamber, they've got a holder on the side of the brake chamber. It goes in, it's like a T-shaped piece, and it just slides in there and you turn it. And then it's got a bolt, a nut on the end of it. It's like a threaded rod with a nut on the end of it. You just turn it and you can cage that brake off. I've done it before, but please don't play with those chambers. Those have got a spring inside there, and if that spring comes apart, man, your head's gone. It's a lot of pressure, and it can seriously kill you. I mean, you're better off if you don't want to mess with it, just wait till somebody can come and get you, because those things are dangerous.
Okay.
I've crimped off the line, like the gentleman said before. And when you disable that brake, you ain't got it. Just think about it. You ain't got that brake, so you got to be really careful when you're speeding, how fast you're going and stuff. I sent a video to Pappy the other day, Steve. The Air Force is working on a new launch system for missiles. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, but they've got this apparatus that looks like a giant box, and they put it inside a cargo plane, and they take it up to pretty good distance as far as the altitude, and then they drop it. And when the box comes out, it literally has 4 missiles inside of it that they come out the bottom of the box, and they go off in their cruise missiles. So you got 4, they're launching 4 cruise missiles at one time. Depending on the airplane, they've got the box that'll hold up to 9 cruise missiles, which I thought was crazy. Can you imagine that, Steve?
Wow.
Launching 9 missiles at one time? But they've got the technology out there, and they're working on it. They've actually tried it down here. They're working on it at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. And that's some crazy stuff. I mean, the Air Force is trying to utilize their cargo planes in other means. They don't want to arm them, but they want to use them in other means of ways, instead of just transporting troops or cargo. So I thought that was pretty cool. I shot that to Pappy the other day, and I want to give my condolences to the Judds. Did you hear about Mama Judd passing away?
Yes, yeah. How sad is that? I mean, that actually inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame last evening, and I guess she ended her life Saturday, wasn't it?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know the full circumstances of her death. Did she commit suicide? I haven't heard the whole deal.
Yes, it was suicide. I mean, Winona and Ashley said we lost our mother to mental illness, but yes, they did. It was suicide.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was suicide or not, or if it might have been like a dementia or something like that going on, with the way things are right now.
Yeah.
And that's been going on for years with a lot. We've had a lot of cases of dementia and Alzheimer's, and they've gone up a lot more over the years, but also suicide. I mean, mental disabilities are out there, and they need to be followed just like any physical disability. It's sad, but nothing you can do about it. I know I saw the pictures, the Country Music Hall of Fame on Facebook of Ricky Skaggs with the Judds, and they accepted the award. It probably was hard for them to go in there, Ashley and Winona, but I just wanted to give them my condolences. It's hard when you lose a family member like that, nonetheless your mother. I mean, your mother is like your rock growing up, and that's a hard one to take. But everything's pretty much the status is everything down here in Florida, so SpaceX got a launch off on the other day, and that launch was a really good launch. They're getting it done. And Steve, did you hear that Russia is actually pulling out of the space deal now?
I did see, yes, they've said officially. They haven't specified a date, but yes, they are exiting the International Space Station.
Well, I just get them off of there. I mean, they're all the ESA, all the European Space Association. All those folks that are in that are in other countries that don't even want to deal with Russia anymore. So, I mean, we've got the technology. We can run all the stuff on the space station ourselves down here. We've got the technology to do it. I know we do. And So if they're going to be that way, get them off the station, take their Soyuz and leave. But they just invested a bunch into the space station last year with a module they put on that they actually been working on the last couple of days. They had spacewalks on it. They had done a robotic arm. They worked on a robotic arm on the space station. So I say if you're going to be that way, leave. That's pretty much it. Take your Soyuz capsule and get out of there. The last thing we want is some sabotage. The Soyuz capsule they got on there right now, from what I understand, when they went to hook up with the space station with it, they had to fly it in manually because the computers went down because of an antenna that went out of service, that they couldn't get the data transferred between the capsule and the space station, so they had to go manual, full manual. It's the first time they've ever had to do that, full manual, in the last 5-10 years. So maybe it's true what they say about the Russians and their equipment. That's not really the best stuff in the world. So we'll see. That's all I got, Steve. I know you're at the top. You got to play Moose here in a little while, so we'll catch you later.
There you go. Got Big Moose coming up. You're right. With that overnight drive radio. So I caught the news Saturday evening. And literally one day before they were to be inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Naomi, Mama, the elder Judd, took her own life. 76 years old. I don't know if you caught, I didn't see it live, but they actually performed at the Country Music Awards on May the 11th or April the 11th, just a couple weeks ago. And honestly, Naomi, she seemed pretty confused. I don't know what kind of medications she was taking and whatnot, but she, very, very disoriented. And of course, whatever kind of medication she was on she was very bloated. I don't know if I'm assuming maybe she was on some sort of steroids and whatnot. You know how they've been talking about Vladimir Putin? Maybe being on steroids to battle his cancer and whatnot. Back in the 90s, Naomi had come down, and I'm not up to speed on my hepatitis, A, B, C, whichever one she came down with was the life-threatening, deadly hepatitis, and she spent years in recovery after that. But there at the Country Music Awards, they were announcing they were about to go back on tour, I think, like a Europe tour or something, and so all we know is Ashley and Winona made the official announcement. The report I'm looking from CBS says, yes, Judd died by suicide. And Winona and Ashley, when they issued their statement, they said, we lost our mother to the disease of mental illness. So that's pretty much it. So she was 76 years old. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
As Russia's invasion of Ukraine enters its third month, President Biden has recently requested $33 million from Congress in taxpayer dollars for additional aid for Ukraine. Speaking on ABC's This Week, Congressman Michael McCall, a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, responds when asked if he believes the aid package will quickly pass Congress.
Yes, I do. I think time is of the essence. The next 2 to 3 weeks are going to be very pivotal and very decisive in this war. And I don't think we have a lot of time to waste in Congress. I wish we'd had this a little bit sooner, but we have it now.
The cleanup after a powerful EF3 tornado tore through the Wichita suburb of Andover, Kansas, continues. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
President Biden is reflecting on his friendship with former Vice President Walter Mondale during Sunday's memorial service in Minneapolis.
great American novelist Edith Wharton wrote, there are two ways of spreading light, to be a candle or the mirror that reflects it. Fritz was both the candle and the mirror, in my view.
Biden was among the speakers honoring Walter Fritz Mondale, who died at the age of 93 last year. Republicans are calling on the Senate to terminate its contract with Citibank. The bank recently announced it would pay employees in states with anti-abortion laws to travel to other states to abort their babies. Montana Republican Senator Steve Daines saying Citi's decision to finance abortion tourism for its employees in brazen circumvention of state law shows a reckless disregard for the lives of preborn children. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Colorado Democratic Governor Jared Polis blasted the Biden administration's Department of Education over a proposed regulation that would restrict federal funding for certain charter schools. Polis calling it confounding for the Education Department to limit public school choice by instituting new rules that would gut the federal charter schools program. A new NPR Marist poll shows 52% of Hispanic voters say they would support a Republican candidate for Congress, while only 39% would favor a Democratic candidate. The same poll showed that parents with children under 18 favored Republicans over Democrats by a 60 to 39 margin, and that voters under 45 were more Republican than those over 45. A historic piece of Jackie Robinson's baseball career is fetching over $1 million at auction. Hunt Auctions says the baseball bat Robinson used in the 1949 MLB All-Star Game sold for nearly $1.1 million Sunday. The bat is a Louisville Slugger made specifically for the man who broke baseball's color barrier to use in the game, and it is stamped with Robinson's signature on the barrel. Robinson's wife, Rachel, says the bat has been in the Robinson family since the day it was first used. Take us with you wherever you go by searching for USA Radio wherever you download your podcasts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. Well, Catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. We're all on the same page now. Second day of May, 2022. All right, so we do officially have our final week of the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, which has been ongoing since that first week there in April. 5-week contest. How about I share a little secret with you? Seeing as Tom Kelly's probably snoozing right about now, I'm going to sneak you an extra keyword. Now, we've still got a keyword coming up in our final hour, but let me lay this one on you. We need more entries. We're looking for winners. Go to tncradio.live, enter the keyword music. There you go, music, M-U-S-I-C, music. That's a bonus keyword here on a Monday morning. Like I said, don't tell Tom I told you. Oh, he'll have that keyword coming up during the morning grind. You'll get another keyword during the evening surge, of course. Morning drive between 9 and 11 Eastern Time. Evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Of course, our overnight listeners can't be up 24 hours a day. You got to sleep sometime. So I'm sneaking that keyword into you. Music. Enter now, tncradio.live. Yes, Philip just brought up Moscow officially saying that they're going to quit participation in the International Space Station over the sanctions that have been put on Russia's entities. They didn't say when, though. They didn't say when they will end their work there. But the quote was from the Russian media TASS news agency, "The decision has been taken already. We are not obliged to talk about it publicly. I can say this only in accordance with our obligations. We will inform our partners about the end of our work on the ISS with a year's notice." Okay, so it's not going to be like they're going to just depart next week. They're going to give a 1-year notice. Earlier this month, they had made that threat to end Russia's mission unless the U.S., Canada, and European Union lifted the sanctions against the companies that are involved in the Russian space industry. Yeah, up until now, the International Space Station was one area of cooperation between Russia and us. Of course, just last Wednesday, 3 American astronauts and 1 from Italy docked at the space station, where 3 Americans, 3 Russians, and 1 German were already on board. So it's a pretty busy place right about now. The number of astronauts aboard the station. Now, NASA plans to operate the space station through the year 2030, using Russia's Soyuz spacecraft to send astronauts there since they retired the shuttle program back in 2011. But now we've got private space flights that are being used more and more often, including last Wednesday when it was actually Elon Musk's SpaceX that were used to take the American and Italian astronauts to the space station. They also clarified the Russian government and President Vladimir Putin determined the work on the space station. As for now, The Russian Federation is continuing its work there until 2024, he said. This work will be largely related, first of all, not only to demonstrating our attitude to what's happening in the world, but it is also a demonstration of our readiness to deploy the Russian orbital service station. In other words, they're developing their own space station. Russia's station is underway. Work on that. One of our listening friends, who was that? Kaleidoscope. He made a valid point. He said, Russia has joined with China. Said I believe Russia's going to be part of the Chinese space station operation, maybe going forward. And maybe they're ditching the U.S., Russia, China cooperating together. Yeah, who knows? Valid point, Kaleidoscope. And our number, 844-844-3388. Now, I thought he'd be snoozing this morning, but you just can't sleep, can you?
No. So, anyways, I just heard Philip talking there for Billy the Kid, and if you want to pass my number along to Billy, that's fine with me. But because I don't have his number. But yeah, when you do that cage in the brake drum there, or brake chamber, it's called a caging bolt, and it should be right there on the side of the brake chamber. It takes like I think a 15/16 wrench maybe. Adjustable always works good, but you can take that bolt off and you drop it in, and you have to give it you take the plug off the back of the brake chamber and you put it down the hole right through the center of the spring. There's a big spring in there that's the parking brake spring, and that's the one that Philip was saying you don't want to take that apart. You don't ever want to take those bands apart on the side, because there's the service side and the emergency side, or the parking side, and that's the parking side's got that big spring in it that's all contained. But what you do is you put that caging bolt down in there, and once you get it down in the hole, instead of slotted, you give it a quarter turn, and then you tighten the nut up and you draw that spring loose, or actually draw the spring tight to bring your brakes loose, so that when you're riding down the road, your parking brakes aren't still applied. Because if you don't have any air pressure there to release the parking brakes, that's usually the issue. But the other thing you can do is, if you don't have that caging bolt, if you have a way to back your slack adjuster off, you can actually back your slack adjuster off and loosen the brakes up that way as well. But either way, you got to get your brakes loosened up. Otherwise, you'll end up with a brake fire there underneath if you go too far, too fast, too long, create too much heat. But the other thing there is, depends on what airline's leaking. If it's just the airline to the brake chamber, you're okay. But if it's something else further up in the system there, you can't always clamp it off. So, but the rest of that information is all good. And definitely, if you put a pair of vice grips on there to do that, a lot of times if you don't have the flat jaws, you can use a couple little pieces of metal or a couple washers or something, so that when you clamp it, you actually have a flat surface to clamp both sides of the hose with to squeeze it closed. Because if you have the curved jaws vice grips, a lot of times they won't pinch the line quite tight enough. But definitely put something on the vice grip handle there, so that you keep it closed and it doesn't jump off, and usually secure it to something on the truck, so that if for some reason it does come loose, you don't lose them going down the road. But anyways, speaking from experience, having lost a pair of vice grips before, but anyways, so as I say, if you want to pass my number along to Billy the Kid there, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
In case he can't get a hold of the moose, but he might be sleeping just waiting for road service at this point. Who knows there? But anyways, other than that, everything else still about the same. Got a lot of heat coming out of that pellet stove. I don't burn propane; that's too expensive. I burn pellets. Imagine that. But anyway, so
I'm just kind of wondering when are we going to be done having to fire up the heat? I mean, it got a little chilly in the bunker, so I actually did turn the heating unit back on again.
Yeah, it doesn't appear as if it's going to be this week, because they're still talking lows down into the 50s for us overnight here. So, so yeah. So, anyways, but well, we'll see what goes on with that there. So, anyways, I'm about ready to go 10-10, be on the side or
until
something.
we do it again,
42
right?
or whatever everybody else has been doing. So, anyways, we'll leave the loneliest hour there for Knucklebuster. He'll have to call back in and fill in for everybody there. It's all on his shoulders now there to call in and get all that promotion done for you there. So, anyways, hey, with all that, we'll let you go out there and see if you can find an intelligent caller.
Fair enough. Thank you much, Horse Feathers. And thanks for checking in. All right, how does the new week begin, right? The stock markets, oh boy. Obviously, they're hoping it doesn't pick up like where it left off on Friday. U.S. stocks hammered Friday. Each of the three major indexes capping off a losing month of April. The tech-heavy NASDAQ composite actually closing out their worst performing month since 2008. I mean, 13, 14 years, they shed more than 3% for the day as investors fled the e-commerce giant. Downbeat earnings, according to the market's insiders. Some investors may be hoping for May flowers following these April showers, but the historical tendencies suggest the bulls need to remain vigilant. April downs tend to be followed by down Mays, according to the director of trading at E-Trade. And on top of that, May's average return is even worse than the XPS is red for the year heading into the month. Mixed tech earnings weighed heavily on investors. Many of the pandemic winners began to deflate in the face of tighter monetary policy from the Federal Reserve, where that committee is set to meet Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. They're expected the central bank will hike rates by 50 basis points. Markets also pricing in a chance of a 75 basis point hike at the June meeting. So maybe 50 point, a half a point this month. Bank of America trimmed their forecast for the S&P 500 from 4,600 to 4,500. Kathy Wood's ARC Innovation is about to cap off the worst month ever with a 29% decline in the month of April. That puts that flagship fund roughly 70% below its record high that was just set last year. And of course, what happens in the U.S. markets typically translates to the overseas markets. I could probably pull up some of the Asian markets, see what direction things are going this morning, but I would have a sneaky suspicion, if I had to guess before I look, it's not going to look pretty. All right, our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, got the Chevy guy coming up here. After which, Clear Lines on a Monday. You jump on in at 844-844-3388. I can trust you had a good weekend. Let's take a look at the parking zone. You get a monthly update from our friends at OOIDA. With typically there's reports regarding local truck parking, yet way too numerous to report individually. So they kind of condense everything into one report, a monthly update again. More truck parking coming to Wyoming. Add them to the list of states actively addressing the parking crisis. The Wyoming DOT is resuming work on the I-80 winter freight project between Rawlins and Laramie. Already, work is being done at the Fort Steel Rest area east of Rawlins and Quilly Dome truck parking area west of Laramie. Specifically, each location will be home to 100 new truck parking spaces. So that's going to add 200 spaces to I-80 there in the state of Wyoming. Unfortunately, that means a temporary parking closure, but patience, the good things come to those who wait. Huber Heights, Ohio may be home to a new truck stop. The Dayton Suburbs Planning and Zoning Commission has approved a rezoning request for a proposed truck stop there. Now, city ordinance limits the property to 10 truck parking spaces, which is what the plan calls for. Now, if it clears the city council, this stop will be off I-70 and State Route 235. That area appears to be trucker-friendly. It's currently home to an ABF freight terminal, Translease, Trucks Tex, a logistics management company, ProTrans, and dealerships for Peterbilt, Freightliner, and Kenworth there. Head on down to Georgia. Georgetown becoming truck parking friendly, kind of. I think we touched on this about a week ago. Earlier this year, the Conyers City Council passed an ordinance creating new standards for truck parking. The first truck parking facility application was filed since that new ordinance went into effect. Based on the new standards, the City Council recommended approving the facility with the following conditions. Each parking space shall be striped, demarcated or striped. No more than 100 parked trucks at one time. Vehicles and related equipment will not be allowed to idle, diesel, or operate while parked on those premises. And this was the kicker: sleeping in a vehicle parked on the premises is prohibited. All right, there, as you can see, there's some real deal breakers there, especially that last condition. What's the benefit of truck parking if you can't take a 10-hour break and sleep in the cab, right? So I don't know where that's going to go. All right, what else we got? Canadian province to build more truck parking spaces. North of the border, the Ontario government's draft transportation plan includes addressing truck parking. Among the many projects is a long-term project on the Highway 401, adding truck stops along the highway. Ontario also plans to widen the highway to accommodate an increase in traffic, including trucks. The actions under this goal will improve the functioning of key corridors to support the trucking industry, reducing red tape, make it easier for truckers to find parking where and when they need it. That is the plan, anyway. And on in Virginia, the parking problem goes through the roof. Too many people believe that truck parking is an industry problem. Unfortunately, it's a safety issue for everyone, as evidenced in Lynchburg, Virginia. WSLS-TV says a tractor trailer partially fell through the roof of the parking garage there. Part of the upper deck of the garage collapsed after the nearly 80,000-pound truck stopped there. The out-of-state truck driver pulled into a neighboring parking deck while looking for a space to park until the morning when that deck collapsed. Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association members indicated Virginia has a truck parking problem. They did their annual, their Jason's Law survey results. Matter of fact, that the law's namesake, Jason Rivenberg, was murdered while parked at an unsafe location just a few miles from his delivery destination. Much like the truck driver there in Lynchburg. Then, of course, you have the big three. All right, your Loves, TA, Petro, Pilot, Flying J's. Of the big three truck stops, Loves, Pilot, and Travel Centers of America, Loves and TA Petro announced 5 new locations in April, adding more than 160 much-needed truck parking spaces to the infrastructure. Loves has been on a tear as of late with new facilities. You've got Loves, Interstate 94 at exit 164, Rockville, Minnesota, adding 102 truck parking spaces. You've got the Loves in Pageland, South Carolina, that added 70 spaces. There's a new Loves in Moses Lake, Washington, off I-90 at exit 174, 80 spaces. A Loves in Waterloo, New York, off I-90 at exit 41, adding 78 spaces there. Then the Petro Stopping Center, I-81, at the I-64 in Racine, Virginia, 170 additional spaces. So add the numbers up. Those are all much-needed parking spaces. All right, Chevy Guy will get you right out of the break here. And, of course, room for you at 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Let's get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and a Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of just $12.50 each delivered. That's right, $12.50 each delivered. While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, speaking of Russia, China working together, our friend the Truth Czar sending me several links this morning, one of which this was just, I guess, Friday. A headline from the Washington Examiner: Russia and China plan to have a detailed dialogue about how to proceed with the construction of a base on the moon. According to the Kremlin's space agency chief, in a potential move away from the space cooperation between the United States and Russia. There you go. It says, before the end of May, I plan to hold detailed dialogue with our Chinese colleagues on our cooperation in this direction. An expansion of cooperation between Moscow and Beijing would underscore their alignment against the United States-led alliance network in recent years. All right, as we know, the Russians and the U.S. have been side by side on the International Space Station since the earliest years of that post-Cold War era. But the cosmic symbol of geopolitical peace is aging rapidly. We should not hustle now, declaring our stance, and we'll carry on with our work within the time frame set by the government, which is until 2024, which the previous story also mentioned. A decision regarding the space station future will depend to a great extent on the developing situation, both in Russia and around it. So, yeah, Russia, China working together. Yeah, two big forces. Chevy Guy, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
No problem. Where else would I be? They pretty well covered the brake chamber. We'll have to talk about a faulty sensor in your reserve tank for your antifreeze. I've just unplugged it and took a paper clip, and you slide it in on you horseshoe it, and you slide it in on each side of that plug, and take some electric tape it off, and that'll get you by and overcome a faulty sensor on your temperature. Especially if you can see that the water level is above the sensor in the tank, because they made clear plastic, So that's that issue. The reason why I called is the top of the news, and then plus I watched on the news earlier. There's Adam Schiff. You have Nancy Pelosi over there. Well, you're thinking Adam Schiff's going to be facing some serious charges. He's already been implicated, which is about as close to treason as you can get against the sitting president. So, yeah, I can see where he's, trying to do something where he can, when he runs for re-election, he can put his picture on there that we were doing such and such. It seems to be a popular thing right now. But I'm sorry, but did I just hear the third in line to the presidency declare war on Russia? How close do we have to go? I mean, if I'm Putin, I clearly heard the third in line to the presidency say that they, they're going to be here to the end. What's the end? To the defeat of Russia? I don't know. What's your opinion? How close do you think we're going to get in this?
I wonder what you were meaning by, because I think you questioned earlier, did the third in command declare war on Russia? I mean, I'm just assuming she means we're going to be there helping to supply them and arm them until they repel the Russian invasion.
Well, I put a question in Facebook. Here we're working with the Russians in space, and at the same time we're supplying material to kill Russians on the ground. So it is not. I wonder what the conversation is between the Russian astronauts and the American astronauts in space. Remember a while back, all of a sudden the Russian astronauts was wearing orange suits or something like that. I wonder what that, anything become of that. Was that a signal or something? The question is, are they going to sabotage their share of the space station when they leave? Said, well, we're out, but y'all don't want to be there in a couple of days. Situation, you know. Yeah, this. Excuse me, I'm out here trying to. I'm unhooking from a trailer on this dump because the truck's too long for the situation here. So that's why I'm breathing heavy. In anything, it isn't anything fun, I'll assure you. But yeah, when I've listened to her talk, and you know, I'm sorry. When are we going to start sending the jets they were asking for, and let them do it? I'm confused. I really am, because before, you know, I thought we were going to send jets or help Ukraine get their jets so they can fight. When it finally come around to it,
well,
the Biden administration.
The U.S. said no to the jets, though. Biden nixed that deal.
So there you go. So what does she mean? I mean, we're going to be there, you know. Hey, what we're sending is doing the job. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a Russian tanker. I mean, they're insinuating their tanks. I'm just absolutely sort of wondering that when I listen to that. Yeah, I guess, but I've got a prejudice against that woman every time she speaks. So, but and really, Biden also in one of his speeches also said the same thing. I mean, how far can you go saying we're at war with you without declaring it? And right now, I'm just trying to think, are we not opened up for when Putin thinks he's going to lose this, but, you know, because of his ego, you know, maybe he thinks he's going to die, but the last thing he wants to do before he leaves is put Russia on top, push that nuke button. So I'm sitting here.
That wouldn't be putting anybody on top. That'd be putting him on the bottom. I mean, the rest of the world would retaliate in kind, as Biden said a few weeks ago. But
Putin, if he's in a situation where he's going to be dead in a few years, he may not. Putin just might not give a crap. And I think the man just is that power hungry. He don't, you know, I don't, hey, we're not working in the world of common sense anymore. So I just sit back, scratching my head, thinking, where we go from here? So it does say at the last days that God's going to come. If it hadn't been for the fact that God's going to come, that man would destroy the earth. So we're getting there. Other than that, I've got to turn this dump on. It's going to be real loud. So I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the overnight drive.
All right, make all that noise you want out there in the middle of nowhere, South Carolina, right? Boy, I'm looking at this is the first I've seen of, I guess it's a pretty comprehensive list of the arms that we have, the package that we've sent to Ukraine. It's a hell of a lot more than I realized. I'll take you to the top, though, again from our friend the Truth Czar and Tyler Darden with Zero Hedge. Tyler Durden, which apparently the Department of Defense just announced we are going to send 121 what is called the Phoenix Ghost Tactical Unmanned Aerial System to Ukraine. The never-before-seen kamikaze drone is a brand-new weapon system designed for ambushing Russian tanks, according to The report by Breaking Defense, the Phoenix Ghost tactical drone is similar to the Switchblade drone, which we've already sent to Ukraine. We've already fielded them there. The Switchblade. Now, we kind of broke those down. There's a 300 version and a 600 version. Not much is known about the new drone, they say. The Department of Defense described it as a one-way drone that will deliver a punch, and they said it would operate similar to the Switchblade drone system. I guess it's, yeah, that's why they use the term kamikaze. It's a one-way trip. Each drone is going to make one attack, and that's going to be the demise of that particular weapon. The War Zone reported that Pentagon Press Secretary Jack Kirby said the Phoenix Ghost's capabilities are different, though, from the Switchblade. I'm going to be loath to get into much more detail about the system at this point for classification purposes, but you can safely assume that, in general, it works. It provides the same sort of tactical capability that a Switchblade does. The Switchblade is a one-way drone, if you will, clearly designed to deliver a punch. It's a tactical UAS, and the Phoenix Ghost is pretty much of that same category. Now, the longer list, California-based Avex Aerospace is the defense company that designed and manufactured the Phoenix Ghost. They market themselves as a recognized leader in full-spectrum airborne intelligence solutions. But this new drone is part of the latest arms package to Ukraine. So I'm assuming that this package is the latest deal. I don't know, is this the $33 billion deal they were talking about? We've had so many packages, this one, that one, that you lose track. But the package includes over 1,400 Stinger anti-aircraft systems, over 5,500 Javelin anti-armor systems, over 14,000 other anti-armor systems, another 700 Switchblade unmanned aerial systems, 70 155mm howitzers, and 183,000 155mm artillery rounds, I guess to be fired by the howitzers, right? 72 tactical vehicles to tow the 155mm howitzers, 16 Mi-17 helicopters, hundreds of armored high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, 200 M113 armored personnel carriers, over 7,000 small arms, over 50 million rounds of ammunition. Not 1,000, 50 million. 75,000 sets of body armor and helmets. There's the new one we were just talking, the 121 Phoenix Ghost tactical unmanned aerial systems, laser-guided rocket systems, Puma unmanned aerial systems, unmanned coastal defense vessels, 14 counter-artillery radars, 4 counter-mortar radars, 2 air surveillance radars, M18A1 Claymore anti-personnel munitions, C4 explosives and demolition equipment for obstacle clearing, tactical secure communications systems, night vision devices, thermal imagery systems, optics and laser rangefinders, commercial satellite imagery services, explosive ordnance disposal protective gear, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear protective equipment, and medical supplies to include first aid kits. Russia's ambassador accusing Biden of pumping Ukraine with weapons. His quote was, "The United States authorities do not seem to be interested in a ceasefire. What matters for John Kirby and his colleagues is that the American military-industrial complex receives additional income by getting rid of obsolete weapons from their warehouses." So far, the Biden administration has committed more than $4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. They just requested a whopping $33 billion more. Now, that massive request also includes billions of dollars for economic and humanitarian aid. So I guess the $33 billion, well, but that comprehensive list of things we're sending, from our armaments. Remember just last week, lawmakers here in the U.S. say, you know what? We're donating so much of our equipment. The Javelin anti-tank missiles. I mean, we've depleted about a third of our stockpile, which, realistically is going to make us more vulnerable should we need them. And someone else pointed out, hey, don't forget, Steve, we're also releasing 1 million barrels of oil every day right now from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which that's designed to be there in the event of an actual emergency, which technically this, and tell me this, is the releasing that 1 million barrels per day done anything to bring prices down? Absolutely not. Nothing. But I digress. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
Had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, high tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, rolling toward news update, top of the hour, after which final hour just ahead on a Monday. Let me get back to the calls here. Hey, good morning, Eagle. Take two.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Go ahead. How was your weekend, Eagle, first of all?
Nah, I've been working this weekend. Driving. I'm down here in Florida right now, so Yeah, I'm in Florida, so trying to make my way back to the west somewhere. I don't know where they're going to send me from here, but I'll be rolling out of Florida tomorrow. Weather's pretty good in Florida. It's not as hot as it normally is, but it's pretty good right now. We'll see what happens, the rest of the week, weather-wise. I don't think they're expecting no. I don't think they're expecting no rain or nothing in the Florida area right now. So things are pretty good. But yeah, I got a couple of things I want to talk about that happened over the weekend. I heard people talk about Donald Trump. He made some comments. And but I wanted to speak about Putin right quick. Steve, like I've been telling you for the past couple of weeks, Putin. The more that this guy talks, he's showing that he's not a tough guy. We've already seen that his military is not as big and as bad as he thought they was. So, he's a lot of hot air, as far as, using nuclear weapons. He's been talking about this for the last couple of weeks, but he's still, if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, be about it, as people around me like to say. And, all these threats, he's just showing his true colors. So he's not going to release any nuclear weapons, just like you said, other people have said, because he knows that he'll be vaporized. It's not a one-way street, Steve. You know that. If he launches missiles, we launch missiles, and everybody loses. So Putin, he knows that just as well as Joe Biden and everybody else do. So no missiles are going to be released. But I do, like I told you before, I do believe that he will use chemical weapons in Ukraine or any other nation that comes against him. I believe that will he is capable of using chemical weapons to get his point across. I think very soon, especially if the war continues not to go his way. Now, I talked to my girlfriend today about this, Steve, and when it comes to the Ukraine situation. First of all, I see I don't trust this guy, this leader of Ukraine. At first when the war started, I was kind of impressed with the guy. He didn't walk out of the country and load up a helicopter full of money and fly out like the guy in Afghanistan did. He showed me that he wouldn't do that. But now something is not right about this guy, Steve. Like I told you, I have no problem with the U.S. sending this guy military, guns, ammunitions, planes, or whatever. But we should not be sending these people money. Something is happening to this money. I did a Google search on it, and other people have done it. Ukraine has plenty of assets in this country, oil, natural gas, and other things. What is happening to all this money that Ukraine? Why is this man continuing to ask for money from other countries? Somebody is putting this money in their pocket, and I guarantee you it's not going to the war that this guy Joe Biden is going to be sending to Ukraine. So I have a real big problem. I have no problem with sending food and water and all these other things to Ukraine, but the money needs to come to a stop. Because we have serious problems here in the United States, Steve. I looked at a video tonight, Steve, about Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I haven't been to Philadelphia in a long time, and I haven't been there for a reason, because I don't go to the northeast coast of 95. Anything north of Virginia on 95 is not worth me fooling with. And if you've seen the video that I've seen of downtown Philadelphia with all the filth and garbage and homeless people,
it's very disturbing. Maybe you caught some of the streets of Kensington. Horrible, horrible place. Heartbreaking. But hold that thought, Eagle. We got a final hour ahead. We got to get our news break, though. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. Help me fill that final hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says the purpose of her visit to Kyiv is to send a clear message to the world that America stands with Ukraine. Pelosi making the comments in a news conference in Poland following a surprise meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Ukraine's capital city. Former President Donald Trump held a Save America rally in Greenwood, Nebraska. The former president saying his administration worked hard to combat the coronavirus pandemic.
Importantly, I let Republican governors run their states the way they should be run, without interference from the federal government, but with a lot of help from the federal government in getting ventilators and therapeutics and supplies of all shapes, sizes, and kinds to them.
The former president announcing his endorsement for Nebraska gubernatorial candidate Charles Herbster. USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
New homeowners are dealing with regret as mortgage and home prices continue to rise. Results from a survey conducted by HomeLight showed about 70% of recent home buyers across the United States said they have at least one regret about their purchase. Another survey from Zillow in February showed similar results. About 75% of new homeowners had some regret about the home they bought. According to the online marketplace, mortgage rates have risen 20% in just the last 3 months, which may play a role in why roughly 1 in 5 people say they underestimated how much it would cost to buy a home. A New Mexico wildfire is spreading. The Calf Canyon fire is already burned more than 100,000 acres east of Santa Fe and is only 30% contained. A red flag warning is in effect with thousands impacted by evacuation orders as the situation changes rapidly. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Moderna is seeking approval from the FDA to authorize its COVID-19 vaccine for emergency use authorization for young children under the age of 6. Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Dr. Paul Burton, Chief Medical Officer at Moderna, discusses his confidence in the vaccine.
The safety profile we see with this vaccine in these very youngest kids was very reassuring. Actual rates of safety events even lower than we see in the 6-year-old to 12-year-old, so that's great.
A pandemic-era policy that denies some illegal immigrants claims to asylum because of public health concerns could soon end, even though Republicans say it will lead to an overwhelming surge of illegal immigrants crossing the border. Florida Republican Congresswoman Maria Salazar says she is introducing legislation called the Dignity Act that will reform the immigration and asylum system.
We're going to end catch and release. We're going to seal the border, and then we're going to take care of those who are here contributing to the economy and who've been here for years, like the DACA, the Dreamers, the TPS, all those people that now have been put in the back burner by the Democrats.
The National Weather Service says the Kansas twister that left a trail of destruction in a Wichita suburb on Friday appears to have been a powerful EF3 tornado, which means the storm had winds of at least 136 miles an hour. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there we go. Final hour underway on a Monday. And of course, we get our final week of the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Contest. Tell you what I'm going to do. You get the opportunity to get 4 keywords per day. We've given you 2 this morning, actually. I've snuck one in there. I'm going to sneak another one in. What do you say? Not 1, but 2 keywords this hour. So let's start things off right out of the box. Your keyword for this hour is fast. F-A-S-T, fast. As in like real fast right now. Jump on over to tncradio.live on the web or the smartphone app. Enter the keyword fast and you're entered. And I'm going to give you another keyword before we close things out this hour, a Monday on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Of course, right after we wrap things up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, catch the Trucker Roadshow with Stan Campbell. Big-time country music with truckers' news, stories, good times. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. All right, now I'm going to get back to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Yeah, Steve, you say you might have seen the same video I seen about Philadelphia.
Yes.
It's a damn shame.
It's sad.
You know, like I said, that's what I was talking about when it comes to money, Steve. We have, if we continue to send money to these other countries, the United States is going to look like Ukraine very soon because as I travel around the country, I'm seeing devastation in America. It's not as bad as what you see in Ukraine, but things, the homeless people, you go out to L.A., we already talked to you last year about that, about the Skid Row. They got blocks and blocks and blocks of people living on the streets of Los Angeles in tents, homeless encampments out in San Francisco, L.A., San Diego, all of it. And now it's in the United States, people living on the streets of America because the rent is so expensive here, with the inflation and stuff, Steve. But like I say, Philadelphia, what I seen in that video is just totally appalling that American people are living like that, yet we sending money to other countries, $30 million that Joe Biden is trying to send right now. It makes no sense. We have to, I believe, the way I was raised up, Steve, you take care of number one first, and then you take care of other people. You have to take care of your home first. Apparently, like I say, it's worthless trying to talk about that to Joe Biden because Joe Biden doesn't see it that way. If people haven't figured it out by now, they never will figure it out. Joe Biden clearly doesn't have number one as his agenda, and you can clearly see that with the border situation and any other situation that's coming. The USA is not his number one. And like I told you, Steve, when I told you a couple of weeks ago when I'm in Texas, as I traveled up Interstate 35 out of San Antonio up to Dallas, I told you that these gangs are already in the United States. The MS-13 gang, one of the most dangerous gangs out of South America, Mexico, El Salvador, Honduras. Joe Biden got the border wide open. These people coming on in, and they bringing in their problems with them. The violence. Like I said, the way gangs mark their territory is with graffiti, Steve, and like I said, when you driving up the interstate in Austin, Texas, that's all you see on the walls is gang graffiti, and this is the way that the people mark their territory to let people know that that the other gangs are not invited to come into that area. They might have trouble. So Joe Biden is doing nothing to stop it, Steve. It's really a damn shame. I never thought I'd see this in my lifetime where a man would actually do this much damage. And, coming up, every week we getting closer and closer to that Title 42 expiring. And it's going to be all hell is going to break loose in a matter of weeks, Steve, when these people going to be coming in droves, brother. And nothing, you would think that they would try to do something to stop it. Oh, you got certain Republicans that are raising all kind of hell, trying to tell people that they need to put a stop to this, and it's just going in one ear and right out the other at the Biden administration. And, I heard during your break that Nancy Pelosi is going over to Ukraine. Well, why don't she take a visit down to our own border? We not only Ukraine has problem, Nancy Pelosi, we got an invasion in the United States coming up real soon. But like I said, they're not worried about it because this is the part of their agenda to turn over the voting into a new voting population into the USA. So they have no intentions whatsoever. So we, like Donald Trump said, Steve, over the weekend at another one of his rallies, and, Trump speaks his mind, and everything the guy has said is true. We have some very stupid people running this country. Those words came out of Donald Trump's mouth, and you can't be more accurate than that. Because Trump, he doesn't bite his tongue. That's why they wanted him out of the White House. It's because he said what was on his mind. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve. Steve, as much as Elon Musk, as much as I like the guy, I like what he's doing. With Twitter, he bought Twitter out from those losers, imposters that was running the country. If I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't have nothing to do with Twitter, not because of Elon Musk, just because of the fact that they had the nerve to terminate him for doing absolutely nothing wrong. Donald Trump should have enough pride in himself to not want to have anything to do with Twitter just because of the way that he was treated by it. Unless Elon Musk changes the name of it, which he should do since he bought the company, I think he should change the name because just a bogus name to begin with, and then maybe Donald Trump should consider going back to it. But as long as it's considered called Twitter, Donald Trump shouldn't have nothing to do with it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
I think he's kind of made that clear that he's gonna proceed with Truth Social. Actually made his first post last week via Truth Social. Apparently all this time since they've kind of opened it up for people to actually sign up and register, they've been doing what do they call it, beta testing? Just testing the system and whatnot. They had a boatload of problems getting this thing started, but I guess, there's a lot that goes, a lot in the tech. It's not just like some individual can just put something like this together. It takes a lot of work. Meanwhile, we've got clear lines wide open on a Monday here at 844-844-3388. So as we roll into the third month of what we call our primary severe weather season peak, May is upon us. Forecasters, they tell us, are closely monitoring multiple threats for storm development across the south-central U.S. here in the coming days. We pick up the month of May pretty much right where we left things off in the month of April. Friday and Saturday saw the severe storms, the tornado warnings, at least 7 states. The one tornado that carved the path of destruction from Sedgwick County into Butler County a little after 8 o'clock Friday evening. They had the teams from the Wichita National Weather Service out there Saturday gathering data. Again, preliminary is an EF3 tornado, but that thing was really just destroying all along the path, and it was on the ground for an extended period of time. We saw several severe hail reports out of Texas and New Mexico this past day, wrapping up the weekend. Now, as I flip over and take a look at our current radar scene, we have seen quite a bit of development. Even since we've started the program, we've got rains, not severe, but rains now beginning to push into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. You get north of Dallas, northeast on up into southeastern portions of Oklahoma. A lot of shower and thunderstorm activity there. Some of those fairly strong. I had to do a quick double take and check whether they're prompting any warnings. We've seen several severe thunderstorm warnings. Matter of fact, about an hour ago, there was one tornado warning out of the National Weather Service office there in Fort Worth, Texas. That warning has subsequently expired, but as we see, we've got a warm front that's going to be lifting northward across the state of Texas with a dry line setting up across eastern New Mexico. As that front lifts northward, that opens the door for moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, you go back to the tornadic activity there Friday evening. That was right along the dry line. So from eastern New Mexico to western portions of Texas, they could really use some rain because they're in exceptional drought conditions. But depending on how quickly the rain clears during the early morning hours here this Monday morning, we could see another evening outbreak, again from southeastern Kansas to central Oklahoma. A renewed round of downpours, travel disruptions, hail, and even the threat for tornadoes, which could again impact Wichita, Kansas, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. And they do say, looking ahead, yet another storm following a similar path through the interior west on Wednesday may bring the chance for severe thunderstorms back into the forecast for that region once again. Just a kind of a relentless pattern we've been under as of late. And as we get the new week and the month of May underway, our number 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, here we go. Loneliest hour in radio industry headlines. Looks like registration now open for the 40th annual Shell Rotella Super Rigs. Coming up next month, June 9th through the 11th at Branson Landing. They're in Branson, Missouri this year. Hard-working owner-operator truckers from across the U.S. and Canada, annually competing for more than $25,000 in cash and prizes. Shell Rotella Super Rigs competitors competing for 24 awards, including Best Chrome, Best Lights, and the always coveted Best of Show award, right? And then 12 drivers are selected to have their truck featured in the 2023 Super Rigs calendar, which will also feature the surrounding area of Branson, Missouri. Now, for those who want to compete in the show but can't make it in person, you've got the Super Rigs People's Choice Award that allows drivers to submit photos of your truck into a virtual category. And that's voted on by fans during the Truck Beauty Contest. So what do they got coming up this year? The Truck Parade at Branson Landing, the Contestant Dinner, and Truck Lights Competition. The Angler, a.k.a. Fisherman Jimmy Houston, offering fishing tips and tricks. That's interesting. Fishing tips and tricks at a Truck Beauty Competition. It all goes hand in hand, I guess, right? And musical entertainment. Branson Landing, if you're not familiar, the venue is a 95-acre waterfront development with more than 100 specialty stores, restaurants, and show venues, all kinds of entertainment in the area. Landline Magazine's editor, Jamie Jones, returns as a judge this year, and this is actually going to be her 20th Super Rigs competition as a judge. Doug Morris, the Director of Safety and Security Operations, also planning to return as a judge this year. So mark your calendars, June 9th, 10th, and 11th. I know Big Sexy's off on our Sunday night, Monday morning. She'll head back out there and get back to work here tonight. I'll have to ask him if, did he catch the big fireball, loud boom and fireball streaking across the sky across 3 states back last week? Back on Wednesday morning, the fireball spotted in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. NASA has confirmed the streaking object was a bolide, or a bright meteorite. Now, there's not a whole lot of reports of people that actually saw the bright light, but a hell of a lot more people that heard the sonic booms. Loud booms reported. Satellites belonging to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration observed the fiery meteor, and the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency posted the image on their Facebook page. Officials said the meteor was first spotted about 54 miles above the Mississippi River near the town of Alcorn. They've determined the bolide was, the best guesstimate would be a 90-pound asteroid chunk, about 1 foot in diameter. Decent-sized rock. Now, the object, which was said to be over 10 times brighter than the full moon at its peak, ultimately fell apart over the swamps of Louisiana. Most people heard the meteor as it broke the sound barrier, producing what is known as the sonic booms, obviously. According to Bill Cook with the NASA Meteoroid Environment Office at the Marshall Space Flight Center there in Alabama, what struck me as unusual was how few eyewitnesses actually reported that they saw it, because the skies were very clear that night. More people heard it than actually saw it. But they said the sounds and the vibrations from the energy that the fireball produced would have been equivalent to 3 tons of TNT, sending shock waves to the ground. There you go. Big bada boom. Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. All right, lawmakers expressing concerns last week. I touched on this a bit ago. The amount of munitions that we are supplying Ukraine, and we're depleting our own stockpiles. The United States military has probably sent about 1/3 of its Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. 1/3 of our supply given to them, was the statement from Senator Richard Blumenthal during a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing last week. He said it would take about 32 months at the current rate for the U.S. military to refill our stockpiles to where we were before the conflict in Ukraine began. He's calling on the president to invoke the Defense Production Act to speed up production. Ellen Lord, the former Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, said the timeline for replenishing our Javelins could be even longer than Blumenthal was estimating there. Even with the Javelin, which we do have a hot production line right now, in others, we're working on them. We're still 5 years out to probably developing all the munitions we need. 5 years? During that hearing, she also endorsed the idea of Biden invoking the Defense Production Act. The U.S. military's ability to rapidly procure weapons like the Javelin could prove crucial if China were to mirror Russia's invasion of Ukraine by invading Taiwan. That's what we're all keeping our eyes on. Chinese officials have recently alluded to invading Taiwan for reunification by military force. Now, the Chinese have obviously been watching everything, studying the U.S. response to the Russian invasion, trying to gauge how might we react if they were to move on Taiwan, obviously. At least one Chinese professor even put up the Russian invasion as a model for how China could invade Taiwan. We're facing a 3-year backlog on delivering weapons to Taiwan, and our current arsenals being depleted to provide the needed support for Ukraine and other allies and partners in Eastern Europe. The CEO of Raytheon, which produced the Javelin as well as the Stinger anti-aircraft missile, said during an earnings call that ramped up production from the weapon is going to take us a little bit of time. You can't just flip a switch here. We're going to ramp up production this year, but I expect this is going to be it's going to be the year 23 or 24 when we actually see orders come in for the larger replenishments, both on Stinger as well as on Javelin, of course, which has also been very successful in theater. We're actively trying to source some of the material, but unfortunately, the Department of Defense has not bought a Stinger in 18 years. As far as the Stingers, we should keep in mind we are currently producing Stingers for an international customer, but we have very limited stock of material for additional Stinger production, which all that doesn't bode well for our stockpiles. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The long-awaited evacuation from a sprawling Soviet-era steel plant in Mariupol was underway Sunday. A UN humanitarian spokesman told the Associated Press that the evacuation is being done with the International Red Cross Committee in coordination with Ukrainian and Russian officials. It's believed that 100,000 people are still in the southern port city. That includes up to 1,000 civilians and 2,000 Ukrainian fighters beneath the steel plant. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic congressional delegation are the latest officials to pay Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky a visit this weekend. She told him the U.S. is committed to be there until the fight is done. It's the first official congressional delegation visit to Ukraine since Russia began invading it a couple of months ago. A pair of Republican lawmakers visited the country last month. With Pelosi being second in line to the presidency, she's the most senior American official to travel to Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN, buy coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So when's the last time you went to an actual movie theater? Been a long, long time. Yeah, well before the whole COVID outbreak even began. Haven't been to a theater. I mean, they have since reopened. It may be one worth going to the theater to check out. Yeah, the long-delayed sequel to the movie Avatar, which, by the way, was the highest-earning movie of all time. According to James Cameron, he said he's going to push the limits of what cinema can do, giving the first looks at the upcoming movies in Las Vegas last week. Attendees at the CinemaCon Theater Industry Summit were invited to put on the 3D glasses and return to Pandora as the first footage of Avatar, The Way of Water, showing Na'vi characters swimming beneath the planet's oceans, soaring through the skies. It's not coming out till December, but the first of what will be 4 planned sequels to the original, which, you know how many years have passed since the original Avatar? That was 2009. It was a $2.8 billion grossing film, but I can assure you it's been well worth the wait. According to Cameron, he promised giant technological leaps forward even since the original, whose main characters in that film are now a family. We set out to push the limits of what cinema can do. That's amazing. Nearly 13 years after the original. All right. Yeah, the first Avatar, I guess, is going to be re-released in theaters in September. There could be a whole lot of people that never even saw the original. So they'll kind of pique everybody's interest. Go to the theater, see the original Avatar, and then come back in December, several months later, to get the sequel, the first of 4 sequels. Hey, good morning, Rooster. What's happening out there?
Morning, Steve. Oh, not much, man. Just trying to get down to Knoxville this morning. Just wasn't even calling this morning, man. I just been listening to the show and stuff, but you kind of something kind of jarred me here a while ago. You got to talk about all these ammunitions that where it would take them at least 30 months to get his caught back up.
Yep.
And kind of strange, but I got a friend of mine that works in that industry down this way, and it's kind of odd. They used to work, 5-6 days a week, a lot of overtime, and this particular ammunitions plant, they've cut them down to under 40 hours a week and laid a bunch of people off, said they ain't getting contracts. And I'll tell you, the thing I'm going to tell you, I think Obama is behind the curtain running all this.
Yeah.
And I think he's damn just to cripple this nation. I think they're doing it on purpose. If everyone was trying to come in here and attack this country, wouldn't have, it's going to be a hell of a fight at where we stand right now. But that's all I wanted to add to what you was talking about, man.
Yeah, but
good morning.
That list that I shared with you, though, I mean, that's, like I said, the first I had seen any sort of comprehensive list like that. I mean, we knew we were sending some Stingers and some Javelins. I had no idea the sheer quantity of munitions we're sending over there.
Me neither. I mean, you don't hear nothing about it. So what else are they hiding to us? You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
Hey, man, I'll holler at you later on this week. You have a good morning.
Thank you for checking in, Rooster. You got it. Thank you for being with us. Thanks for chiming in. Yeah, that frees up another line at 844-844-3388. Yeah, flipping over here to see what kind of any watches, advisories. Not a whole lot on the map here this Monday morning. I guarantee you by later this afternoon, it'll be a much more active map with potentially severe weather in the mix, possibly some tornado watches in play, severe thunderstorm watches, obviously. All we're really seeing right now is some of the red flag warnings and wind advisories. Yet another windy day there in much of New Mexico. So let me zoom in a little bit, see what we're talking about. Red flag warnings remain in effect from 10 a.m. this morning till 8 p.m. this evening. Fire weather watch remains in effect from Tuesday morning through Tuesday evening. So the red flag warnings today, Monday, west and northwest 25 to 35 mile per hour winds, gust around 50 miles per hour. Tuesday, just a little lighter. Tuesday, 20 to 30 mile per hour winds, gust to around 40 miles per hour, but it's very, very dry. Relative humidity is in the single digits today. I mean, between like 5 and 10%. Up just a little bit by Tuesday. Relative humidity 10 to 15%. That is dry conditions. So any fires that would develop will spread very quickly, especially with those winds. Thus, the red flag warnings. Mentioned earlier, Mike Lindell. Well, he made his comeback over the weekend via social media. Well, that was very short-lived, but he returned to Twitter on Sunday. As you recall, Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy, the CEO of MyPillow. He was quickly suspended once again. What we saw there was, hello, everybody. I'm back on Twitter. My only account is at Mike J. Lindell. Please route and follow, spread the word. That was his tweet on Sunday. A video of apparently speaking from a private plane where he said, I'm here to tell everyone about my new account here at Mike J. Lindell. All those other accounts out there are fake accounts, and they've been using my name out there, so we decided to start this account. Now, so many conservative voices are reportedly streaming back to Twitter after the announcement that Elon Musk, of course, bought the platform. Despite some conservatives returning, apparently those are individuals who had left voluntarily, and the rules by which Lindell and the others like Trump were banned have not been changed at this point. Probably not going to happen until the takeover, until Elon Musk's actual takeover is finalized. Lindell was permanently banned, and Twitter has not yet unbanned anyone that they had banned, they said. Newsweek reported just a few days ago that a tweet from a Mike Lindell celebrating his return to Twitter, which received tens of thousands of retweets and more followers, turned out to be fake. Again, Lindell was pointing that out, that some people are setting up fake accounts, Newsweek reported that they discovered other inauthentic Twitter accounts that have been created recently, including a fake Donald Trump account that actually garnered 63,000 followers in short order. It's not Trump. I don't know who it is. Who's the madman behind the curtain? Pay no attention, though. And with that, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I believe I said I was going to give you an additional keyword in our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, which the final week is underway. Here it is, May the 2nd, next Monday, May the 9th. That will be a date when all the entries that have come in over the 5-week period get re-entered into the virtual hat. Somebody wins a $10,000 cash prize, but here's your secret keyword this morning. I wasn't supposed to be giving this one out, but as I said, since it's the final week and we could use some more entries, maybe one of us will get lucky and win that $10,000 prize. Go over to tncradio.live. Enter the keyword wallet. W-A-L-L-E-T. Open that wallet to put your cash inside. Maybe you can have a wallet with 10 grand in it when all is said and done. So again, very simple. Go to tncradio.live on the web or the tncradio.live app. Click on the contest. Enter the keyword wallet. And good luck from Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. Now, real quick, looks like, all right, Eagle dropped off. He had a final comment, but we were talking earlier about, Russia and China teaming up together. We've seen them. Their alliance is getting stronger and stronger, and we all know, setting back with China, as we were just talking, closely monitoring how the United States responds to the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, and just kind of laying the groundwork for when the time will come, because I don't think it's a matter of if, it's just a matter of when China will make that move on Taiwan for reunification. But at the same time, you get these subtle or maybe not so subtle notices about Russia separating their working relationship with the United States as far as the International Space Station. They're going to be putting their own space station in orbit. China currently has their own space station, nothing of the magnitude size-wise of the International Space Station, but there is a true space race that we are in. I mean, I very well remember hearkening back to the days when then President Ronald Reagan talked about the Space Force, the Star Wars program and whatnot. A lot of that was kind of the imagination. Much of what was being discussed wasn't really going on. But the idea was to convince then at the time Russia to spend and spend and spend. We spent them into oblivion. Things have changed now, and space war reality is much greater than anyone may even realize. I'm just going to give you the highlights from this report since we don't have a lot of time left. But the headline, China and Russia's space war. Where is the United States? Evidence of both nations, Russia and China's intent to undercut the United States and allied leadership in the space domain can be seen in the growth of combined in-orbit assets of China and Russia, which grew approximately 70% in just 2 years' time. According to the senior analyst for the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency for Space and Counterspace. That report from just last month, Air Force Magazine. Headline number 2, space has already become the scene of an ongoing shadow war in which China and Russia conduct attacks against the United States satellites with lasers, radio frequency jammers, and cyber attacks every single day. According to General David Thompson of the U.S. Space Force, first Vice Chief of Space Operations. These threats are really growing and expanding every single day. We are really at a point where there's a whole host of ways that our space systems can be threatened, he says. Hostile action toward our space-based assets is not a question of if, but rather when. Again, the quote from General David Thompson in November of last year, a Washington Post article. There you've got, U.S. Air Force General Kevin Chilton, a former commander of the U.S. Strategic Command and Air Force Space Command, just last month said 15 years after China's ASAT strike, we still lack the ability to defend an attack on our space systems or launch an offensive strike if the circumstances would warrant. The People's Liberation Army, China, will continue to integrate space services to erode the U.S. military's information advantage. That, from February of this year, the annual threat assessment of the U.S. Intelligence Community Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Final headline: if deterrence were to fail, we would face an adversary that has integrated space into all aspects of their military operations. Space provides the foundation of everything we do as a joint force, from delivering humanitarian assistance to combat on the ground, in the air, and at sea. We cannot afford to lose space. Without it, we will fail. General John W. Raymond, U.S. Chief of Space Operations, published in Space Force News right about a month ago, April 5 of 2022. Now, in other words, space has already become the scene of kind of an ongoing shadow war where China and Russia are conducting attacks against our satellites on a daily basis. All right, one way or another, we make it through on a Monday morning. Thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Have a great day. Come on back at the midnight hour tonight, and we'll do it all over again. Don't forget, you get another keyword via the morning grind between 9 and 11 a.m. this morning, and, of course, the evening surge between 5 and 7 p.m. Eastern Time from our friends at TNC Radio.live. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.